answer to the stupid question this morning. A male swan is known as what?
Stop looking at me, Swan.
215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to Chris, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, Chris, we're looking to see if you know the answer. A male swan is called a what, please?
Is it a cob?
A cob.
Wow.
That is correct.
Cob?
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that. Cob.
Oh.
Hang on, Chris. We're going to set you up. You got a 4-pack of tickets for the 25th Annual Philadelphia Tattoo Arts Festival, Friday through Sunday at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. 1,500 of the world's best tattoo artists are coming to Philly to tattoo you. And for tickets, you can visit villainarts.com.
Have I been misunderstanding all these years? When someone has corn on the cob, they're eating it off of a swan?
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Corn on the cob.
Yeah.
All right, so at the box office this weekend, Avatar: The Way of Water is number one with $38.5 million, followed by Megan at number 2. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, A Man Called Otto, Plane, House Party, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. The Whale was 8th, and then you had Want to Dance with Somebody, and Walter Viraya wrapping up the top 10. The 28th Annual Critics' Choice Awards were on the CW last night, hosted by Chelsea Handler. The big winners for the evening were Better Call Saul, Abbott Elementary, and The Dropout for television, and Everything Everywhere All at Once for film. Everything Everywhere All at Once took home Best Picture.
Wow.
While Brendan Fraser took home Best Actor for his role in The Whale. And he teared up quite a bit during his acceptance speech. It was very emotional.
Yeah.
Kate Blanchett won Best Actress for her role in Tar. What is Tar about? Does anybody know?
A composer who is at the top of her game but has a big ego.
Okay.
And it's sort of the way she can communicate through music but has a hard time in interpersonal relationships.
Okay, interesting.
And she's super huge and overweight. Oh, wait, that's the Whale.
Yeah, that's the Whale.
Yeah, that's The Whale. Yeah, mirroring the Golden Globes, Abbott Elementary won the award for Best Comedy Series, while Jeremy Allen White took home Best Actor in a Comedy Series for his work in The Bear. And Angela Bassett and Ke Kwan won Best Supporting Actress and Actor for their roles in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever and Everything Everywhere All at Once. So, Kihei, that's really cool.
What a year.
That he's winning.
What a
like
year,
this, man!
Unbelievable.
I love that.
I saw the Hollywood Reporter did a round table, and they had a whole bunch of award nominees and winners this year. And he was on that panel, and he was with a whole bunch of other actors. And Preston, he legitimately cannot comprehend that, where he was to the point where he was like, all right, I'm going to try it one last time. And then within just a couple of weeks, everything.
His success trajectory is kind of reminding me of Jackie Earle Haley.
Same thing.
A little bit.
Very similar.
He had
without the alcohol.
A big character at one point in his career. Everything went away.
Yeah.
And then he'd said, you know what, I'll give this a try again. And then, boom, started picking up great roles and proving that they could do it.
I didn't know until this weekend, but apparently he was the stunt director on X-Men. Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
He's an accomplished martial artist.
Yeah, and I saw him on set with Hugh Jackman training him, and it was really cool to see them still working in Hollywood, even if it wasn't getting big acting roles.
Best Supporting Actor and Actress categories for television were awarded in pairs on the show, which is kind of interesting, with Jennifer Coolidge and Giancarlo Esposito accepting the awards for drama. Nicey Nash Betts and Paul Walter Hauser winning for limited series or made-for-TV movie awards, and Cheryl Lee Ralph and Henry Winkler taking home the comedy awards.
So that's the last awards show for the season, correct?
Oh, no, we're just getting started. By the way, Kate Hudson presented Janelle Monáe with the See Her Award, sharing a montage of Monet's roles in films like Harriet and Hidden Figures. Beginning her acceptance speech, Monet said that her pronouns are she, her, they, them, and free-ass mother effer. She commented on how her family has influenced her choice to play marginalized characters. She said, my mother was a janitor, my father was a trash man, my grandmother was a sharecropper in Aberdeen, Mississippi. And she said, and it's personal because I am non-binary, I am queer, and my identity influences my decisions and my work. And John Goodman presented Jeff Bridges with the Lifetime Achievement Award, calling him a legend and introducing a compilation of Bridges' numerous roles over the years, including his first major role in 71 for The Last Picture Show. And during his acceptance speech, this is pretty funny. Well, besides this fact, there are a couple things he said. He shared that his father, Lloyd Bridges, it was his birthday on that day. And he was wearing his cufflinks to the event. He said, I wouldn't be up here without my dad. And then
I brought his skull.
And then later he said he shared that he had to look at his IMDb to remember his roles over the years. He said, looking at those pictures, I've got to admit, I checked out IMDb to look at my stuff to prepare for the night. And I said, wow, I've made a lot of movies. So there you go. Jeff.
I wasn't in the Notebook. Yeah, the fact that he beat cancer and is looking as good as he does right now is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. A follow-up on Lisa Marie Presley. Apparently she owed a substantial amount of debt, including $1 million in back taxes in the months before her tragic death.
The word is she sort of whittled her way through. Like she had like $100 million that was part of her, from her dad passing and what was supposed to go to her, and she just lost it all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The Radar Online obtained court documents filed as a part of her divorce battle with her ex-husband Michael Lockwood, and that guy's a character.
Yeah, real keeper.
And they've been battling over child support for the past year or so. The two had recently reached a settlement where Lisa Marie agreed to pay $6,000 a month to Michael for the 14-year-old twins Harper and Finley. They split up in 2016. And she had avoided paying child support for years due to her finances being a mess. At one point, she owed millions of dollars in taxes. In 2004, she sold off 85% of her interest in Elvis' estate for around $100 million. Years later, she was heavily in debt. However, last year, Michael went back to court claiming that Lisa Marie was flush with cash. He said she received $1 million advance for a tell-all book and was pulling in additional funds from the release of the film Elvis. And the story goes on to detail her financial situation back and forth here and there. So I don't know what all of it, what all is true or not.
I wonder when she got divorced from Michael Jackson, was there any accommodation? Alimony, anything like that?
I didn't see anything in
give me a 1 red cent, bitch.
Particular story about that, so who knows? Abbott Elementary star and recent Golden Globe winner Tyler James Williams opened up to Men's Health recently about a near-death experience he had 5 years ago due to Crohn's disease. At the time, Williams said that he pushed his body to the limit, not knowing that he had the disease. And one day his body, quote, just crashed, and he had to have 6 inches of his lower intestine surgically removed.
Wow.
The Everybody Hates Chris actor was receiving intravenous foods and had a colostomy bag for months, weighing just 105 pounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't
He's
have.
a tall dude, too.
He didn't even have the strength to stand. He said,
goodness.
holy S, this could be it. He recalled thinking, adding that his body was vibrating when he went into septic shock. Thankfully, Williams got better. He said, I had to learn how to stop making a dramatic change happen really quickly and learn how to have a better relationship with my body.
So in Abbott Elementary, he's kind of like the Jim, the John Krasinski of the show. He's the one you will see the sort of double take, or his expression can sell a joke. He's very funny.
Yeah. Well, Crohn's disease did a number on him big time, so it can be very, very serious. A casual date night for Britney Spears and husband Sam Asghari at a restaurant in Los Angeles Friday ended in a bizarre Britney meltdown, according to TMZ. According to witnesses, the seemingly manic 41-year-old singer began yelling and speaking gibberish, prompting Asghari to storm out of the restaurant. The diner footage in it, Spears can be seen sitting alone, muttering to herself before leaving the restaurant with her bodyguard. Her eyebrow-raising behavior comes as Free Britney activists fear she's still being controlled.
Where it all gone what?
Gibberish.
Yeah, complete gibberish.
The singer...
That's her asking if the breadsticks are endless.
The singer, who has an on-again, off-again relationship with social media, has brazenly posted nearly nude images on Instagram of herself bathing and lounging on the beach. She's even shown herself participating in odd dances, flipping her middle finger at the camera and eating cake off the floor.
Oh, my God. It's so bizarre.
Like everyone was pulling for her to get her autonomy and all that stuff, but there's clearly there's some issues.
I mean, honestly, now I look and kind of go, okay, well,
Yeah, maybe
there
needed-
there was a reason for it, maybe.
Following the end of her 13-year
You
conservatorship,
call this lobster week?
which allowed her father to control her estate, fans were left unsure if the pop star was actually as free as she claimed to be. They especially seemed suspicious of Spears' nuptials last year, as onlookers alleged she didn't seem to be in her right mind. While she assured fans that she couldn't breathe due to a panic attack earlier in the day, she also admitted that she hasn't had a real consciousness in 3 years.
She hasn't had a real consciousness in 3 years?
Yeah.
Huh.
Looking for someone to blame, fans pointed their fingers at Asghari, who later denied the allegations. He said, no, I don't even control what we have for dinner. I said, in the past, there had been a lot of stuff going on, so I understand where the fans are coming from.
Sweetie, when you're done eating those napkins, maybe we can have something else?
Wow. All right, I mentioned Chelsea Handler in the Critics' Choice Award. She appeared on The Tonight Show recently and admitted that she believed that the sun and the moon were the same entity until she was 40 years old.
No.
And we have a clip to play of this. Here we go.
I didn't know until I was 40 years old that the sun and the moon were not the same thing. I was in Africa, and my older sister Simone looked up at the sky, and she said, Chelsea, look up. It's not often you get to see the sun and the moon at the same time. And I was like, Scooby-Doo. I'm like, I go, but they're always together. And as soon as I said that, she turned around, she goes, what did you say? And I just tried to gloss over it. And she said, no. I need you to tell me. And I was like, honestly, I just assumed when the sun went down, it popped back up as the moon, you know? Is that not what's happening?
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Yes. Someone didn't pay attention in science class.
Sometimes things elude you in life, and you labor under misconceptions, and,
I love
this was a big one.
The sister, though. Like, my cousin who's like my sister, we've had that moment where she's like, what did you just say?
Yeah, could you say that
Say
again,
that
please?
again. And I'm like, oh, what? Oh, God, what did I say?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, and it's
Can't
only
drive to Alaska?
and it's only that person that can go, oh my God, how stupid are you? Do you hear what you just said?
You're an idiot.
It's always the wrong person who figures it out, who susses it out, because they're going to run to tell it. He thinks bears actually ride motorcycles in the woods.
But does it kind of like void out every single thing you've ever like? Listen, she's very, very opinionated.
I know. I know.
And when you hear something like that, do you kind of go like,
I don't
I'm
think
not
so.
going to listen to that thing you say ever again.
On matters of astronomy?
Yes. Agreed.
Probably.
Agreed. Yes. But there's part of you. You always have that bullet in the gun, though. You know, you thought that the sun and the moon were the same thing. Anytime they bring up something
down to the most, like where you want to go for dinner.
Yeah.
You want to go to this place, and you thought the sun was the moon.
Exactly. All right. The Last of Us star Bella Ramsey, who, by the way, I love her. She was one of my absolute favorite characters on Game of Thrones. She played Lyanna Mormont, a character that was only in like 3 episodes,
Right.
but had a huge impact.
Is she British?
She is British.
Are you effing kidding me?
No, and she uses an American accent.
They're all British. What's happening?
And, they breed great actors over there. So The Last of Us. And she recently said that she identifies as gender fluid. She said, I guess my gender has always been very fluid. Someone would call me she or he, and I wouldn't really think about it. But I knew that if someone called me he, it was a bit exciting, she said. But I'm very much just a person. Being gendered isn't something I particularly like. But in terms of pronouns, I really couldn't care less. So you saw the first episode last
I did.
night.
I loved it. So I'm a fan of the game. Love the first game. Second game, not so much. For anything that's on a pandemic level or a end of the world dystopian sort of thing, it's hard. I mean, because I've seen so much of it.
Agreed.
And they really captured the feeling of the game and did it in a very dramatic way. The people behind this are the people that produced Chernobyl for HBO. So it's really good. So if you're a fan of the game, check it out. And if you're not, check it out, because what they're doing is really cool.
My son Carter and I were checking out the trailer, and he's played both of the games like 5 times through. Like, he loves this game. And he's watching the trailer, and he's like, this is almost exactly to a T the storyline of the game. Like, he recognized several cut scenes from watching this trailer. He's like, this is
exactly right.
Spot on, exactly like the game.
And I appreciate that, because a lot of times they'll just completely discard, the source material.
Yeah. All right. According to Entertainment Tonight, Andy Dick was arrested on Friday for public intoxication.
Not again.
Yep. During the booking, officers also noticed that the actor had failed to register as a sex offender.
Ooh, he forgot.
Andy has been accused by multiple men of sexual battery and was convicted in November of 2018 in an incident in which he allegedly grabbed an Uber driver's crotch.
So how long before he actually ends up behind bars for a while?
That's a good question.
I mean, because that failing to register as a sex offender is a big thing.
Yeah.
And
He's
the
got
other charges against him?
He's one of these people that he's got to get sobered up. He's got to get completely sobered up.
I think maybe he needs some alone time. He should probably become an interstate trucker. Don't you think that'd be good?
That'll be good for him. Going cross country like that.
Speaking of interstate truckers, did you see there's a movie? It's basically It's an action movie involving lot lizards.
No.
Yeah, I kid you not. Yeah,
Okay.
it is. And I forget the name of it, but the trailer popped up the other day, and I'm going, this is a lot lizard movie.
So is one of the lot lizards the hero in this?
Yes.
Wow.
One of the lot lizards is the John McClane.
Okay.
of this movie.
liar whore, and you know it.
I need to see
Yes.
this then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is it called Lot Lizards?
I think it might be.
Nick just pulled up. What year did that come out, Nick? Is
This was last year,
All right.
2022.
Do they have a synopsis of it?
It's a movie.
Right.
It says this is a story about 4 women who hustle gullible men on the streets of Memphis selling sex at truck stops. Angie is the bottom chick who is often beaten and sexually abused by her pimp Slim Ice. In a matter of seconds, Angie's life turns from main chick to boss lady when she kills her pimp in self-defense.
That's a different one.
And now Angie must teach the other girls how to take what they want.
Wow, it turns out there's a couple of lot
I
lizard
guess
movies.
there's a few lot lizards, yeah. All right, Robbie Knievel, daredevil motorcycle jumper, following in the tire tracks of his thrill-seeking father, including Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas in 1989 and the Grand Canyon Chasm a decade later, died in Nevada. His brother said he was 60 years old. Robbie was successful in that world,
He was.
too. Very
he did
much
very
so.
well. Yeah, I was surprised.
He died early Friday at hospice in Reno after battling pancreatic cancer, according to Kelly Knievel, his brother.
So I tried to follow my dad's success with tightrope walking, but I gave it up.
So Kelly said, daredevils don't live easy lives. He was a great daredevil. People don't really understand how scary it is what my brother did. As a boy, Robbie Knievel began on his bicycle to emulate his famous father, Evel Knievel, who died in 2007.
How many kids have long-lasting injuries from trying to emulate these guys? I'm not going to jump.
I did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm going to jump over this hole.
Building ramps and doing whatever. Yeah, it was all about Evel Knievel. But where Evel had famously almost died from his injuries when he crashed his Harley Davidson during a jump over the Caesars Palace fountains in Vegas in 1967, Robbie completed the jump in 1989 using a specially designed Honda. You ever want to see something cringeworthy? Watch the slow motion video of Evel Knievel crashing while jumping over that Caesars Palace fountain.
It looks like a dummy.
Yeah,
being
a
shot
body
out of a cannon,
crumbling.
Yeah,
as he is, and they got it in super slow motion. It's messed up.
I always thought they should jump over something intrinsically casino or the Vegas or Atlantic City, and they should have had about 200 older senior citizens with cups full of quarters.
Right.
That would
That's
be
very Vegas.
Working at these slot machines.
See if we can get volunteers to be a part of that.
That footage, though, is did they used to show that at the in the beginning of the World ABC's Wide World of Sports?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
not sure.
Steve, the movie you were talking about is called Candyland.
That's it,
and starring William Baldwin, among others. And it comes
it's
out.
a Billy Baldwin movie.
Yes, comes out later this year.
All right. Lot lizards.
By the way, Robbie Knievel's brother recalled other stunts, including a 2004 jump over a row of military aircraft on the deck of the aircraft carrier USS Intrepid, a museum in New York. And he also promoted himself as Captain Robbie Knievel and set several stunt records, but also failed in several attempts. In 92, he was injured when he crashed into the 22nd of 25 pickup trucks lined across a 180-foot span, and injuries took a toll on him. He died with 3 daughters at his side: Kristen Knievel, Carmen Knievel, and Maria Collins.
How do you get? I mean, the insurance. I mean, when you're doing that for a living, I mean, how's that even attainable?
I don't know who the hell is going to cover you.
Yeah,
Miss USA Arbani Gabrielle, a fashion designer model from Texas, was crowned Miss Universe on Saturday night.
Had no idea it was happening.
No, neither I. Miss Gabrielle, who is 28 years old, competed against nearly 90 participants from around the world at the 71st Miss Universe pageant held in New Orleans. She donned the Miss Universe sash and crown on stage and accepted a bouquet of flowers as chants of USA filled the arena. Amanda Dudamel, Miss Venezuela, was the first runner-up. The second runner-up was Miss Dominican Republic, Adrienne Martinez.
She says her platform is to get more U.S. Americans maps.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Ms. Gabrielle succeeded last year's winner, Harnaz Sandhu of India, and was first-time Miss USA, has won Miss Universe since 2012 when Olivia Culpo of Rhode Island wore the crown.
So there's a bit of controversy because they feel that there might have been a little bit of favoritism. And then a whole bunch of other people said, what does it matter?
Yeah. She is the first Filipino-American to hold the title. She's a former high school volleyball player who went on to study fashion design at the University of North Texas, according to her pageant bio.
So she's wearing an outfit here, Kathy. Would you ever wear that? It seems very conservative, right?
That's not me.
I mean, there's almost literally no front to it.
My knockers would be out everywhere in that.
Yep, that they would. Chrissy Teigen has had a baby.
Oh.
So they had another baby. Yes. On Wednesday, January 11th, the model polled her Twitter followers to find out how much waxing down there while pregnant would hurt. And one fan responded, "Why even bother?" She said she was trying to do the doctors a solid. And just 2 days later, she and John Legend welcomed their new baby. The proud dad was actually the first to share the family's happy update. He announced their new addition that evening while performing a private concert, explaining that, quote, they'd had the little baby this morning. He said he didn't get a lot of sleep. Still, the 12-time Grammy winner told attendees he felt energized and what a blessed day.
How many kids do they have?
I believe this is their second one. No, I'm sorry, third. So the couple has yet to reveal the new baby's name or first photos. The little one joins older siblings Luna, who is 6, and Miles, who is 4. And this is their rainbow baby coming more than 2 years after Teigen and Legend suffered the loss of their son Jack before his birth.
I have what they're suggesting is the name Balky Webster Legend.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
Wait, what's the rainbow baby again? That comes after a lost baby? Is that what it is?
I assume that's what that means,
Okay.
yeah. So Teigen waited until August 3rd to announce her latest pregnancy, explaining on Instagram that she was too nervous to do so before then. A couple more quick things. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do 2 more things here real quick. Entertainment Tonight reports that Amy Robach and TJ Holmes have not yet been ousted from GMA3, but the outlook isn't good. And a source told the publication that they each hired lawyers because there's an ongoing investigation, and that's what you do when that happens.
They think they're going to be canned?
Maybe, yeah.
I can't. It's so weird because it doesn't seem like it's not that huge an infraction, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And then one last thing. In an Instagram post shared on Saturday, Sarah Jessica Parker teased fans that John Corbett's return to And Just Like That is going to happen. The photo shows Parker and Corbett holding hands as they walk in the middle of a New York City street.
So Chris Noth, no, spoiler alert, right? He died at the beginning of this last season or this series. Okay, so
On a
he's
Peloton,
over,
right?
Yeah. And so I didn't watch the show all that much, but he was a long-term. This guy was a long-term.
John Corbett?
John Corbett?
I believe so. Yeah, if I remember correctly.
And Mikhail Baryshnikov, and Ron Livingston. Those were her
There you go.
4 main squeezes.
Oh, really?
But she ended up with Big.
Baryshnikov?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, Big
No,
was.
she dated Baryshnikov.
No, I was just
for a
saying
while.
I didn't know he was on the show.
Yeah, he was on
I
the-
didn't watch the show, so.
He was on the show for a stretch, and then when it ended, it was with Big, and then there was 2 movies that came, and now this show.
Okay.
So there's a lot of boyfriends in there.
All right. We're ready to roll some clips for you this morning. All right, let's start with this. Alice Darling follows a young woman struggling through the hardships of an abusive relationship. And in this clip, Anna Kendrick talks about the life lessons that she has learned from her character.
I knew the experience and I knew what I wanted the performance to be. And that even though there might be like long stretches of the movie where it didn't feel like Alice was especially likable, that the performance was on a certain trajectory and that it would be a whole performance rather than a collection of scenes that worked.
Shut the f*** up!
Alice Darling hits theaters everywhere on Friday.
Didn't you think that? I mean, her career has been good, but didn't you assume she'd be further along or getting more plum roles than she gets?
Leading role?
Yeah.
Thing? Maybe.
An Oscar winner?
Yeah.
Right? Is she?
Yeah. For Up in the Air, right? Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's interesting because
She's good.
I love her. I think she's great. Everything she's been in, I do like, and I think she's really cute and affable and all that. but she's really small in stature. I think that might be kind of hard to pull the leading role. You know what I mean?
Possibly,
a little bit.
yeah.
I don't know, but I dig her. I think she's great at everything she does. Next clip, here we go. The Old Way takes a Western film and makes modern with an old gunslinger attempting to avenge his late wife with his daughter by his side. And here Nick Cage explains the father-daughter bond and the shared traits that turn them to a life of violence.
With this Colton Briggs character and his daughter, Brooke Briggs, these are two social misfits that don't know how to fit into society. They don't know how to laugh at people's jokes. They don't know how to cry at funerals. They don't know how to feel love, and they both have a propensity towards violence.
What the hell are you talking about?
The Old Way is out now in theaters. Kind of sounds like his relationship in Kick-Ass with his daughter.
Yes.
in Kick-Ass.
Yeah. Actually, that's I love that relationship.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Entertainment report for today, this Monday morning. We will take a break. We'll come back in just a second or two. We got the sun coming up. It's a beautiful morning, and we hope you'll hang out with us. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. The Preston and Steve Show.
We visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those crow seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It is a matter of great distress for us as Marlena has gone missing. As you know, the legend, the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows on Princess all quiet. So it is now that I must inform the matters. Thank you.
Disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You were putting on the crown.
We looked at, out in front of where the Crown Jewels are, is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive, so I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master, Christopher Scaife, said that he would be taking some time to mourn Marlena. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock which is known as an unkindness. That's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6 in.
We want to grease the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched.
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his story.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was
it?
I was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was.
And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
it's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Okay. Klein notes that simply screaming won't face your issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge
Dad,
off.
can I talk to you for a minute?
Jesus.
I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the...
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge came
coming from, yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge, and he wasn't...
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then...
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
Yeah. I have froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care what song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, I have way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for
This,
free,
you just
bro.
stick a phone in her mouth and look like
plug
an
up your
imbecile.
ears.
You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was just terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God. Yes, it will.
It won't fit my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
All right, hey guys. I want to let you know I wrote it a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, if I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it.
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that it's one word and it's
what, the word on his face?
Yeah,
misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right. So it's under his eye high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister, Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
Male, you're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
ruined your career.
Ruined exactly your product. Oh my God. Thank you very much, Kathy. Appreciate that. I'm gonna I have some breaking news for you guys as well.
Really?
You don't need to do the breaking news sound or anything like that. But on Thursday, I took a quick flight up to Maine just to buy a Mega Millions lottery ticket.
And that's you?
I'm the
Oh my
guy.
God.
Yeah, I won the $1.35 billion.
Dude, can I tell you guys something? I took a freaking nap on Friday afternoon.
Freaking nap?
In my nap, I had a dream about the Powerball numbers.
Okay.
When I woke up, I tried my hardest to remember the numbers. I could only remember two numbers from my dream. They were 43 and 45.
Okay.
Those two numbers came out in the Powerball.
Stop.
I crap you not.
Well, actually, you wouldn't have won because it was Mega Millions.
That's what I meant to say,
okay,
Mega Millions.
all
Well,
but
I would bring this information to them.
Yeah.
To see if there's...
Dude, you have
there's anything they
have
can
no
do.
idea. I laid there on my couch.
Yes.
For like a
There's a
half.
gentleman outside who said he dreamt of the two of the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should give him the
I
winnings.
texted them to myself. I sat there I laid there probably for a good 20 minutes or so, just going like trying. Have you ever tried to remember a dream?
Yes.
You're like, I can only remember parts of it. And those were the two numbers that boom, that
Do you
stood
believe
out.
that perhaps the everything was revealed to you and you had more numbers? You have no idea because
I'm
you
just
can't
saying,
remember them.
The two that I remembered were 43 and 45.
And that's that's among, figuring all of the combinations and potentials. That's pretty sharp.
Did you determine that you remembered those numbers after you learned of the winning numbers?
No, because I played them.
Okay.
I went to the store and I played those
misunderstood.
numbers. And my wife came into the room and she started talking to me. I'm like, dude, I just had a dream about the Mega Millions. I'm like,
yeah, leave me alone.
Did you get anything? Because sometimes
No.
two numbers,
numbers and no Mega Ball.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Okay, now remind me, our friend Jim Antez, who, by the way, is going to start working with us.
I'll
Which is wonderful.
remind you.
All right, so when you dream about defecating, you're supposed to play a certain combination. 933.
Mhm.
You're supposed to play those in a 3-pick
And you box
lottery.
it. You box
Okay.
it, yeah.
And that's been his family's
Go-to.
standard,
It was in
rule.
a dream book. It was in a dream book, and then I guess when you have in this dream book that they had, if you had certain dreams, there were numbers that corresponded to whatever.
Has he ever won?
What's that?
Yes,
Has
he has.
Oh, yeah. That's why he's coming back to work here.
Yeah.
No, they've won some smaller. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just a daily number. You're not gonna,
you're not getting millions and millions, but you can get thousands.
He's just dreaming about regular poop, not diarrhea. That's when you win the Mega Millions.
Oh, okay. That's when it really flows. But it's odd, and I can't remember the last time I ever dreamt about pooping.
No, it doesn't work its way into my
No.
because I it's not something that really folds itself into my subconscious.
You dream about it?
Yeah, it's such a.
Can't wait to poop.
Dude, do you ever remember? I'm sorry to interrupt, but at wetting the bed, dreaming that you're going to the bathroom.
It's very wild.
Oh, my God.
I had that dream on Friday night.
Or a nocturnal surprise.
No, this was just urination.
Yeah.
And I woke up on the couch, terribly afraid that I had pissed myself. And I had to go upstairs. And I mean, I guess maybe that helped to wake me up or whatever, but I had to pee in the middle of the night. And I had that dream right before that.
I remember the handful of times that it did happen as a kid. Literally, that was it. I was dreaming that I'm going to the bathroom, and the relief felt so good until you had that warm, visceral sensation that wakes you up, and it's like, oh, my God.
Do you ever
just
wake
did
up
that?
to find yourself pissing on your neighbor in their bed?
No. I have not.
Well, a friend of mine might have. No, it is a weird thing that it is so, because you can have dreams that are so tactile and so real in your mind.
Yes.
And so that it's weird that could actually, but, there's a shock like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
no.
is really happening.
Yeah.
So, Casey, you dreaming of pooping.
Yeah.
Have you ever actually been pooping?
No. And I think Nick had he had looked it up on the interwebs about what, dreaming of that means. And I think he said something along the lines of maybe that day, you reveal you're talking too much, you reveal too much about yourself or whatever. And so maybe on those particular days, because we talk on the radio and
I've heard you.
And I'm kind of an open book for the most part.
Yes.
And so maybe subconsciously I'm like, I shouldn't have said that.
Okay. Diarrhea of the mouth.
Yes.
Type of thing.
That's a form of poop.
By the way, Casey handed me his lottery tickets here. He bought the single plays.
There you go.
You felt that strongly about the about numbers 43 and 45. So you do you get a free? No, I don't know.
No, I get nothing. But
You should contact them though. Make a case.
You'll notice that
these are the exact same numbers on two separate tickets.
No, one of them's is the Mega Ball different? 43, 45.
No, they're exactly the same. Everything's the same.
Oh.
3, 8, 19, 43, 45.
Well, sometimes you don't win with one of them, but you'll win the other.
Would you win twice?
No. Well, no.
He'd split it with himself.
I won $4 billion.
No, but Kathy, let's say I got all 5 numbers right and not the Mega Ball. I'd win $2 million.
Yes, true.
No, then that's a mistake. I probably meant to change one of the other 3 numbers, a 3, 8, 19. I can't remember.
Okay. All right, well, somebody from Maine won it.
Good
so
for them.
That's over. And now we drop down to the piddly $20 million.
Had it reached, was it at that point the highest jackpot?
It was
the largest
almost.
jackpot?
So it was, let me see here. I've got the breakdown of this. The ticket holder's victory marks the first jackpot win for Maine. It is the second largest victory behind the $1.53 billion won in October of 2018.
Wow.
but another $1.337 billion was won in 2022. And the now third largest Mega Millions jackpot ended with a winner in Des Plaines. About 20 miles. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Des Plaines, Illinois?
Yes, my friend.
Northwest of Chicago?
Powerball's up to 416 million.
Really?
Yeah. So
do you think, Nick, anybody takes any of these staggering amounts in the installment? Right? It doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good
I
question.
wonder who
Probably.
would do that, because at this point, if you're gonna walk away with $200 million, so
the cash value on this one, Steve, is 224.9 million, and so the drawing is for Powerball is tonight.
Yeah. I mean, and then but you still, so you get your money immediately. You take it quickly, and then just the interest on that alone is going to be enough to carry you for quite a while.
Yeah.
I'm gonna I'm gonna dream hard.
Dream hard,
Dream very hard.
So hard.
Dream get some numbers.
Go to bed now. It's 5:30. I got to dream hard.
My big dilemma here, Steve, is when I eventually do win this grand jackpot, and I go to share my money.
Yes.
For the people that already are doing pretty well in life,
they don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can give them the option though if you want.
Yeah.
How well do you think you're doing?
But I feel like, I don't want to give them the giant FU. Like,
I have a question.
You think about this a lot.
oh yeah,
Okay.
It's the best part of playing the lottery. Like that whole day.
Yeah, you're buying that fantasy.
Oh my God, Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
true.
it was the best fantasy day ever.
I used to, and I haven't in a long time. I used to fantasize about it. Now I just
really?
buy it and go about my day.
Oh yeah, especially when it comes to the big jackpots. Like you're buying the fantasy
get
for a
wrapped
couple
up?
of days. Yeah, for sure. But we've talked internally a few times, Casey, about who amongst our group gets it. And it's everybody in this room, and Marissa and Kyle. Used to be Nick Murphy, but not anymore.
And Chuck.
And Chuck, right?
Yeah.
So, but here's my question: what do you tell Bill?
See ya.
I say, listen, go ahead and retire right now. Right now. And I'll give you some money.
And I'll give you
You're
some
paying
money.
him to retire.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that answer.
Oh man. All right. Well, that was a big one. That was 1.35 billion was the final one up. That, by the way, the news winners sum equates 723 million in cash. They could decide between 30 annuity payments worth 1.35 billion before taxes, or the one-time cash payment. And Steve, I guess it might depend on if you want to set up, for your family, for your what's the word I'm looking for?
Descendants?
Yeah, your descendants, I guess so, and to parse that out. And
F them.
Yeah.
the payments over to them, because you can only use so much. All right. You know what? I realized that was something I noticed.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I apologize, but I will
The
notice.
notice admits we've been living a lie. We've been noticing things all along.
Yeah, we didn't even notice that we were noticing. But
Across an empty field, down an empty alleyway. He's always there, noticing. I'm not going to make him wear the mask, though, today.
All right, thank you. I need to get a new mask, actually. So I did notice this happened on Friday night. There was a close call at JFK Airport. Two planes almost smashed into each other.
Wow.
Yeah. It was Friday night. There was a plane crossing a runway and another one that was getting ready to take off.
If there was something like radar or something that could give them indications.
Well, they were all on the ground, so they didn't need radar. And apparently there's audio of the traffic controller going, saying the F word, and then going, Delta 1943, cancel takeoff clearance. Delta 1943, cancel takeoff clearance.
So I wonder if it's air traffic control's fault.
It probably, yeah, I'm sure it was. That's a guess. I don't know. They generally know where those aircraft are at any given time.
But I wonder if, on the ground, is it still the pilot? When does air traffic control tell them? Are they allowed to kind of go cruise around?
No.
Or is air traffic control telling them
Everything they
you can
do.
make a right, you can make a left?
Everything they do is air traffic control. Absolutely. Delta Airlines.
Put your hands in the air like you just don't care.
So American Airlines departing Boeing 737 plane came to a safe stop, it said, as the other crossed in front. Brian Hale, a passenger on the Delta flight, said that at first he thought the abrupt stop was a mechanical issue. He said there was this abrupt jerk of the plane, and everyone was sort of thrust forward from the waist. There was an audible reaction when the brakes happened, like a gasp. And then there was total silence for a couple of seconds. I said it wasn't until he was scrolling on Twitter the next day that he realized the gravity of what could have happened on that runway.
When you see your pilot out on the tarmac exchanging information with the pilot from another, then you know something went down.
So my family lives in New York, and we have a family friend who is air traffic control, and she got two planes too close to each other. There was no accident, but it was, within their standards, it was too close, and she had to. They basically said they didn't suspend her or anything, but they said you need to take a break, and she was off from work for 2 weeks. They said the job is so stressful.
Yes,
that
I've heard that the stress levels of air traffic controllers can be quite high.
So she literally, they sent her home, after the day or whatever, and she got 2 weeks off, and they were like, recharge and come back.
They should have masseuses there, right, to sort of kill the stress, right? Something. Grab a quick massage and get back on the system.
But they're stringently monitored, the air traffic controllers. And anytime there's an incident, they do a very thorough investigation into, almost anything and everything. I mean, not just, impairment, but what their day was like, what their personal relationships are like. And that has to do with pilots and everybody that's involved.
Like in flight, when they're talking about the pilot, in Denzel Washington, the levels of okay, what state of mind were you in?
Yeah.
What's going on in you? All of that stuff is contributing.
Yeah. Another good example that the movie Sully goes into that when they're investigating that whole thing. But I had a friend of mine who was looking into being an air traffic controller for a little bit, and it's a process to go through all of that.
This is probably a stupid question, but is there a difference between air traffic control and ground traffic control?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
I mean, you would think when the planes are on the ground, they might delineate, but I have no idea.
There probably is, Nick. That's a really good question. Not really sure. So the plane had returned to the gate, and they deplaned. They took everybody off the plane like they were.
What happened?
That's the pilot.
Yeah.
By the way.
What happened?
Yeah.
Gonna need a statement out of you, sir.
Yeah.
If you could clear it up a little bit.
Wait, no, wait. No, sit.
So at what speed would they have collided? Did they mention?
No, I'm not sure.
Are they popping wheelies?
I don't. Well, the plane that was taking off would have eventually popped a wheelie
because
would have popped three of them.
You have to achieve a ground speed. Most airliners to start to take off, you're booking along at what speed? I assume
over 100 miles, like 150 miles an hour or something like that.
I don't know.
That's a really good question.
That's
Steve.
when the wings start flapping, doesn't it?
I love, you know what, and I flew recently, and I love takeoff and landing.
I do too.
I think it's so cool.
Did you see that footage out of Nepal of the people?
The crash?
The crash.
I
so
did.
There were people, and they were aboard, and there was a Russian travel blogger on board who passed away. But Preston, they got that same sense of excitement during the takeoff, looking out the window. I love that whole. I know people who that's the part that terrifies them about flying: the takeoff and the landing.
So here's this is from Wikipedia. Takeoff. It says typical takeoff airspeeds for jetliners are in the range of 240 to 285 miles per hour.
Love it.
Wow.
Love it.
That's hauling ass. And then light aircraft, such as a Cessna 150. Takeoff is around 62 miles per hour. Ultralights have an even lower takeoff speed.
So you guys heard about the rumbling and the big boom that happened down in Cape May County?
I had a story I was going to send. Did I send it over to you, Preston?
Nope, I got it.
Okay.
I had it in the bizarre file. I actually saw it on fark.com. No, it's okay. I'll go ahead and pull that out. But yeah, this was on Friday, and some thought it was an earthquake. But the U.S. Geological Survey site shows no signs of seismic activity in New Jersey or neighboring states as of 2:30 on Friday, or maybe Saturday was. Residents from as far south as Cape May and up to Manahawkin along the coast and as far west as Glassboro reported feeling the shaking and on social media, and it lasted for about 10 seconds. And they did say that a supersonic military airplane was flying a few miles off the coast on Friday and could have been the cause of the rumbling.
And they talked to a couple of meteorologists that said because of atmospheric conditions, sometimes it'll help cause the sound to carry further.
Yeah, and well, they also said that it may have been, if it were the atmospheric conditions, that it could have been some thunderstorms that were about 200 miles away from the Jersey shore. But they said there could have been this condition called a temperature inversion.
Yeah, but I mean, things were rattling. I saw like a Ring door camera where, I mean, things were like shaking. And, you know, Sonic Boom doesn't do that.
Sonic Boom will cause vibrations.
Not for an extended amount of time,
Right.
but yeah, a sonic boom can absolutely cause something, plates to rattle and things like that.
They reduced airspeed so that they don't affect the Ring door cameras.
Oh, okay.
But the Naval Air Station in Maryland announced that it was running low-altitude test flights on Friday and issued a noise advisory as a result of that. But, they said that the military has an Atlantic test track for flights about 3 miles off the eastern seaboard, and a sonic boom would occur if a plane was flying fast enough to break the sound barrier. But I still didn't see any confirmation that that's exactly what that was or not.
Right.
I don't know. There's weird noise stuff that happens around here from time to time. You remember the people in Delaware that
they were hearing, it was like every weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It turned out it was people with these gigantic speakers.
Right. Well, sound carries in different ways, especially when you're out by the water.
Yep. Absolutely. So, I don't know what the story. How did we get to there?
We were
planes
and this potential runway collision.
Yep, at JFK. All right, let me see what else I noticed here. Hang on a second.
The noticer keeps noticing, so you don't have to.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of different things.
Noticer is looking through his papers right now.
All right, this one.
One has to ask what colored clip is on the top of noticers.
It was it's a yellow clip.
Yellow clip.
Yeah. So, Steve, you did send me this one, the hatchet wielding hitchhiker on Netflix.
My God. Yes.
It's the #1 documentary on the streaming service right now. And it's the story of Kai, the homeless backpacker who turned into an internet celebrity after he used his hatchet for good on a California roadway, only to be charged with a brutal murder a few months later in New Jersey.
You guys remember this story?
Wait, what did he use the hatchet for?
So he was getting a ride from somebody, and the guy that gave him a ride had apparently tried to attack this woman. The man had given him a ride. He was injured a black utility worker with his car while spewing racial slurs. A female bystander tried to come to the injured man's aid, but was attacked by the driver. And then this guy, his real name, Kai's real name is Caleb Lawrence McGillivray, I think. Anyhow, so he had given McGillivray a ride. McGillivray then took his hatchet and hit the woman's attacker, as he would later recount, and it made him a viral sensation because there was an interview with him, and he said, so I went smash, smash, smash.
Right. You have that, right, Steve?
And-
you have
and
that.
I thought I did. Yeah, I was looking for it, Kate.
And that's where the whole viral thing took off. But then later on, he apparently murdered someone.
Oh, boy.
In our general area.
Yes.
And he was buzzing for it. So I haven't watched the documentary yet.
Yeah, but it's all over Netflix, and people are. It just premiered a little while ago, but yeah, it's a wild story, and they always seem to be on the way here,
Yeah, did you guys watch it yet?
I started watching it. I fell asleep, but
Is it a series or just a standalone?
I think it's a standalone.
Okay.
It's just about an hour and 20 minutes long or something like that, maybe a little longer.
I drive home, I go down Belmont and then I get on the Schuylkill Expressway heading west. And I would say half of the time I drive down that way, there are hitchhikers waiting at the bottom of the ramp.
You still see hitchhikers?
Off of Belmont.
Really?
Yeah, you don't see that, Kev? At the bottom of Belmont ramp, right before they make a left or a right, either going into Manioc or making a right up towards Belmont. I see hitchikers there all the time.
Like literally with their thumb out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've not seen
Preston,
that.
me neither.
I consider that it's been years since I've seen an actual hitchhiker.
Yeah.
I used to see him all the time.
Yeah, when Steve, if you're Steve and I's age, you remember it was kind of a regular thing.
Well,
like people would be out just trying to get a ride somewhere.
So growing up on Long Island, especially during the summer, you would see people on the main thoroughfares and roads hitchhiking to the beach.
Yeah,
constantly.
You guys ever hitchhike?
No,
no.
I did twice.
I carjacked.
I did it.
I felt safer that way.
North Carolina, and was able to get home from a concert one time. It was a Buffett show.
You know what? I take that back. I did do that a little bit.
Did you pull up your pant leg a little bit?
Sure, show a little leg.
My dad hitchhiked across the country.
That's right, with the Mansons?
Yeah, well, there's the same trip where he ended up hanging out with the Mansons. But yeah,
I don't know about that McElwain guy, man. He scares me.
This was, I guess, 68 or 69, and certainly a different time and a different mentality. But he made it. He had a great time. He hitchhiked across the entire country. He never ran into any weirdos except for the Mansons.
It used to be very Jack Kerouac-ish to do
that was
that.
probably
And
his
it was
inspiration,
sort of romantic to do that. And then you started to hear, like Manson would pick you up.
Every now and then.
If you recall, Bill Weston hitchhiked, and the person who was driving got in a car accident. He went through the windshield.
That's
Do you guys
right.
remember that? Because he had glass in his he had glass in his forehead.
Yes, from that.
Yeah.
And he recently had to have it taken out, right?
Yeah, within the last 7 years or
He
so.
actually had his brain removed and then put back in.
No, it stayed in there for all these years, and then for whatever reason, just recently he had to have it taken out.
Well, the body naturally repels it and sort of pushes it out, but he had it accelerated and had it removed. So
Yeah,
he's
but
got
it was
a
there
little,
for
little bit of a
years.
divot in his head. Yeah.
So wait, I'm just reading about this guy because I like vaguely remember it, but
I can't find the audio of him.
He claimed it was self-defense.
Yeah, so here, let me give you some of the details. He's serving a 57-year prison sentence in Trenton for first-degree murder of Joseph Galfrey Jr., who was 73 years old. McGillivray was convicted of killing the North Jersey lawyer in his home after they met in Times Square. You know what? I don't know what the details of that murder. He had said that, that it was self-defense.
He claimed that the guy drugged and raped him. Now,
Right.
he's doing a sentence, and he was convicted of it, so...
Yeah, prosecutors said inconsistencies in his story and Galfrey's extensive injuries told another tale.
Okay.
So he was found guilty of murder, and set up the river for 57 years.
Think about the collection over time of these sort of people. Like, there was they just caught up with that guy. Remember the guy who was sort of panhandling on the side of the road, and turned out he had a very mellifluous voice. Yeah.
The man with the golden voice.
Man with the golden voice. Yeah, all these things. I think Netflix is actively stirring up these stories because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think they're going through all of those as sort of a where are they now sort of thing.
That's true. Because not that long, a couple of years ago, I looked up to see what happened to that guy with the voice. Because,
Right.
he wanted to get a career in voiceover and stuff like that. And then it kind of fizzled out after
It did,
he went back to his addiction and had some problems.
I'm going to watch this. I'm reading more about him, and he basically interrupted his defense attorney's closing arguments and almost got kicked out of the courtroom. Like, he just seems like he's not all there.
According to his family, like of his mental health, like his mother said that he had issues for years, and he didn't have a very good upbringing. And, so these things compounded, and he ended up essentially a drifter. So maybe, I don't know.
And says he got arrested in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Bus
station,
Yeah, so he was, apparently, he spent time with two female, quote, fans at the time when he was kind of on the run.
He was on his way to the camp out, Preston.
Well, he was an internet sensation.
Yeah.
A woman let him stay overnight in her Glassboro home. The other spent time with him in Philadelphia. The two women reportedly drove him to Haddonfield. Authorities were tipped off that he had spent time with a third woman in Cherry Hill. They didn't find him with her, but she ended up getting arrested for having drug paraphernalia. And one of her relatives told investigators that he gave McGillivray money to travel. And apparently they had found him at 8th and Market.
Oh, wow.
The 8th and Market stop in Philadelphia. And then he was apprehended at a waiting area of the Philadelphia Greyhound Terminal by City and SEPTA police. And then, they got him.
We obviously, my mother taught us never to hitchhike. You never get in a car with anybody. So, but I always was fascinated by it for some reason. So I would pretend, and I would
hitchhike?
I would walk down the street. I was young, but I would walk down the street, and I'd make my mom pick me up. I'd put my thumb out.
No.
And
What did I see you do?
I'd make my mom pick me up.
You're going to get a crazy person to bring you in the car.
That is
Abduct
adorable.
you. Sell you into slavery.
That's so cute.
Would you say, Mom, I'm going to pretend like I'm hitchhiking?
No, actually, I remember where it was. My parents lived. My grandparents grandparents lived in an apartment complex, and when we would go visit them, we were like in the complex. So it was like kind of, she would let me walk around the complex. So I would walk up the street, and she'd be like, "All right, here we go. I got to go pick up the hitchhiker."
No candy from vending machines,
Yes.
no butt stuff, and no hitchhikers.
Exactly, Steve. You got it.
All right, there's one more thing I'm going to notice, and then we'll be done with this, and we'll move along. But 40 years after launching the original Walkman, Sony has released an upgrade, a Walkman with a 3.6-inch touch screen.
Oh.
This retro gadget with a twist will let you download music and stream, but it does not text or make phone calls. And physical controls will let you change the volume or switch tracks without using the touch screen. So they're trying to kind of create a little bit more throwback.
I see what they're doing here, and I think it's kind of a cool idea. You remember when that first Walkman, that notion came out?
The first time I put those headphones on, these teeny weeny little headphones.
Like a little...
The sound was huge.
Yeah.
Like I remember putting them on and being very surprised at how good it sounded at the time.
Little puff of yellow foam rubber.
Yeah, they were tiny.
Yeah.
Did you guys have a Discman as well?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I tried that.
Less reliable.
You could not go jogging with those.
Yeah.
You really couldn't move at all with the Discman.
I'll tell you what was a home run was the mini disc player, which a mini disc was a short-lived format that people in radio loved the crap out of.
I loved my Sport Walkman, which was yellow.
Yes.
And very durable.
Yeah.
Had an armband on it, right?
Yeah. And like that was my prized possession for a long time. And when I really started listening to my own music, that was my parents. It was all cassette related, and so I had a lot of cassettes.
I remember when the iPod we got the first.
Oh yeah.
They sent them as a promotional press. You remember I still have my original.
I still have my first gen iPod at home.
I never listened to music so much in my life because it finally, freed me up to listen with the headphones on, not have to go into a separate room, fall asleep with the headphones on, and it was crazy.
I liked
it was unbelievable.
the iPod.
Yeah, and also the fact that, number one, you could fit that much music in a small amount of space, and that you didn't have to change things out. You could just scroll right through it. Yeah, it was a groundbreaking piece of tech.
Pierre had a copy because we were giving away iPods, and he's like, all right, so in the next break, we're going to be giving away an iPod.
An iPod.
And,
well, he's Mr. Tech. He worked closely with Steve Jobs on the development. Well, how about something called an iPod?
What does the I stand for and all that
Internet.
stuff?
Oh, really?
That was my understanding.
I never really
So the
thought of that.
iMac was an internet access. It was supposed to make it easier. It doesn't really mean it just is something to do. It's a name, but
okay. The new nostalgia device cost $350. By the way. The very first Sony Walkman went on sale in Japan on July 1st, 1979.
So, would this have any interest to you?
No. I got my phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a headphone, or I'm not a, not headphones, but
Earbuds.
The earbuds or buds, whatever in general. They don't fit in my ear holes.
Yeah.
So I don't use
Even
those.
those little small ones, the small attachments don't.
Anyone I've ever tried,
they fill me up.
They just fall right out.
Yeah.
I hate it.
So what do you do if you want to just you personally listen to music? Do you
I
just
wear
put the big
over the ear headphones.
Okay.
Yeah. Which you remember that time my car radio wasn't working,
And you
Kathy?
had them on. We were going to Cardboard Classic.
We're Cardboard Classic. I come pulling up. It was my only option to listen to music because my speakers, something was wrong with my radio in my car.
I know, yeah.
And so I had my phone or iPod or whatever it was at the time, and I wore my over-the-ear headphones while driving in my car. I pull up, not even thinking about it. Kathy turns over, looks at me, and starts laughing.
Yeah.
She may have even pointed at me while she was laughing. I'm not really sure.
That's funny.
I'm like, look, I want to listen to music.
Kathy always seems to be sitting in the car next to you when you do when we're leaving the casino for the
Christmas Miracle.
Christmas Miracle. I have my little spray thing of Neil Med.
Yeah.
It's a little personal thing up in the spray it up in your nose and keep your. It's just a good preventative when you've been around a lot of people. So I do this. And it's not spraying right, and it shoots up my whole face and over my sunglasses. And I look over, and she's just sitting there.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah.
You're very lucky that you happen to be there for those opportune moments. All right, that's all I've really noticed for now. I do want to take a break because I've got some great bizarre file stories that I want to share with you. So we will take a quick break. We'll notice again another time. I do promise.
Noticer.
Bye-bye. Thanks for being here. All right.
Bye.
We'll take a break.
Bye.
And we will come back in a moment and get to the B file when we return. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All over his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
Okay.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You going to get one?
Though. I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're, I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
they were smoking cigarettes,
and they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a he's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
Listen, he and his buddy, they both lay concrete. They're both just big.
They
are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
Oh, I said lay.
They both
They're
like
fans of concrete,
I thought he
and
did.
various gravel.
What did he say?
Lay concrete.
I thought you said like.
I did
thought
too.
they both
I was
like
wondering.
concrete.
I'm a huge fan of cement.
Big fans of concrete.
They're big fans
Just
of
love it. No, yeah, no.
metamorphic and sedimentary and it's okay.
What does that have to do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face tattoos or whatever? They're not your lawyer, They're not a judge on the bench or where, somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
If someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on his looks getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean, so clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea, okay?
Yeah.
So in human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And
Okay.
I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? You going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we
Yes.
talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
And take your
called-
friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's a
concrete,
great
Kathy.
line from Uncle Bucker. He goes, why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face? A woman's got a big mole on her face.
Mole.
So here we are, Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can for the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
Yeah.
And
you had a great one?
Yeah, I had a wonderful
I had a
one.
great one?
Yeah. And now, some people don't have great first kisses. In fact, some of them can be disastrous.
I would say whoever kissed Harvey Weinstein.
Probably a disastrous first kiss. Yeah.
And I said mine. I was really, really nervous. And then after I did it, I was like, what the hell was I so nervous about? That was not a big deal.
Yeah. It does happen, but and maybe that's part of the reason why some people wait so long to have their first kiss: the nervousness or the fear that it's going to go bad, or I don't know. So we started talking about it, and we got responses from people, from adults who have never kissed anyone in their lives. And we said, you know what, we could maybe have a couple people come in, and we can get that first kiss out of the way. Casey, give me some light love music here as we
Five-finger death punch.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, though? No, there you go. That's perfect. We're going to meet our contestants, find out what they're all about, or who they are and what they're all about. Let's start with a phone call that we received when we initially talked about this on the air. This is Sophie who is here. this morning. Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm good.
So you gave us a call, and we had, we were just asking who hadn't ever kissed anybody who happens to be an adult. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 21.
You're 21 years old. All right. And so I assume you've never had a boyfriend then if you've never kissed anybody?
No.
Really? And why do you think that is? Why? Because, you're cute. And,
you are.
Yeah.
You're adorable. Yeah.
I probably just kind of thought like, oh, I'll get around to it later. And then in high school, I was like, oh, I'm going to get around to it later. In college, get around to it later. And
Are you a serious student by any chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very time consuming, and sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and I couldn't help but sort of feel like this is by your choice, because I feel like at any point, at any time, like you could
You're
probably.
pretty. She's pretty. That's why I say it's not like we have some hideous people in the studio. She's very pretty.
Yeah, it's mostly just busy with school. I don't really have time to do anything.
And then Preston had put out the suggestion when we were talking, and initially when we had that whole conversation. For a lot of people, it is exactly that. Life gets in the way, and you don't have time to do that. So, but it's you didn't impress us as someone who was like, oh my God, this is a disaster. It's like when it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
So and it's going to happen.
Yeah. Have you been longing for it though? Have you been curious about it?
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah.
Like I'll go through times and be like, maybe soon, and then I'll be like, nah, I'm busy.
Okay. What about nervousness? Does that play into it at all?
A little bit. Like after partway through high school, you're just kind of like, okay, like.
When you hang with your friends, are your friends in a similar situation, or do they have relationships and boyfriends and whatever, girlfriends?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, all right.
So, like I knew somebody who was with a girl who she had kissed people, but she wasn't very well versed in other things, right? And that ended up no, all of it, Steve. I mean, hand, oral, all that sort of stuff. But she was a little bit older, and it really. It played a part in all of that sort of, because she was second guessing everything, and she was nervous. She wasn't doing it right, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm sure at a certain point for you, you're like, oh man, I'm well behind the curve here. It's like going into a test that you haven't studied for.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But I figured, get it out of the way. Gotta do it at some point.
Yeah, yes, because that's it. Honestly, a lot of it is what you think it is. It's like flying a plane. You could probably fly most major airliners without much coach, right, Preston?
Right, sure.
You've seen movies.
Yeah.
You pull back on the throttle, and there's a couple of dials there.
You just got to go for it.
Practically flies
You could
itself.
practically fly. John Travolta told us that, Gabby.
Where do you go to school, by the way, Sophie?
Temple.
You go to Temple, and
Yes.
what are you studying?
Physics.
Oh, you are a very
You're
serious person.
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
yeah.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your story, and then we're going to meet Brandon, everybody. Brandon, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Good. Brandon came dressed for love in his Iron Maiden t-shirt this morning.
Hey, listen, I think it's a perfect match.
Yeah?
What we're about to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Who he gets to kiss in just a little bit. How old are you, Brandon?
20 years old.
You're 20 years old. And what do you do? Are you a student as well, or are you a worker?
I went to a vocational school.
Okay.
And took up electric. And I started working my 11th grade summer, and then worked all the way through 12th grade, and then worked in an electric company for like 2-3 years.
So you've been busy.
Yeah.
You got into your career, and that's obviously consumed. Because again, you're a nice-looking guy. You're conversive. We were talking before we came on the air. It's not like you're seriously awkward.
Steve, look how adorable he is.
I want to tweak your. I mean, cheeks like nobody's business.
Look at how
it wouldn't be the first time.
Look at how kind his eyes are. And Kath, look
Casey's
at.
really looking into this.
I know. I'm looking at him, and you look like you're a gentle soul. Have you ever lashed out in anger ever in your entire life?
Have you ever killed a kitten?
Have you ever killed a kitten?
I mean, I used to work in construction, so there has been times where you get like
angry.
Yeah, exactly.
It's normal.
Yeah,
but I mean, so you probably channel out your angst through the music you listen to, right?
Exactly.
All right. But I mean, I think in both these cases, both of you just have had very active lives. You've been distracted by that. Do you feel that there's, as Casey described it, you're behind the curve, or do you take Sophie's angle on it that it'll happen when it happens?
Kind of mixture of both.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
All right.
Are you? I asked this, and seriously. So, are you a little embarrassed about the fact that you haven't kissed anybody until?
I'll be honest. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Sophie?
not really.
No, she doesn't care.
She's a physicist, for Christ's sake.
I know. Well, listen, I totally understand that. I remember at the time when and I was younger than you were, but I remember I felt behind the curve because other people had kissed and I had not done it.
The truth of the matter, Preston, as we discuss this, you're one of many, many people who think they're the only one.
Oh, yeah.
And the truth of the matter is you're not.
No, you're in plenty of company.
Yeah.
All right, so here's my question for both of you guys, because and I'm a little nervous now because I have
you're gonna have to kiss me.
No, Steve, I have 2 kids in 7th and 8th grade, and it's like almost this rite of passage around that time where you have kissing parties. I mean, essentially, kids design ways and reasons to like practice this stuff on each other, whether it be through spin the bottle or truth or dare or whatever it is. How did all of that time elude both of you guys?
Well, we go one at a time. Sophie, go ahead.
I guess, like, I just got really lucky during Truth or Dare. Like,
You won every goddamn game.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so adorable.
Yes, you are.
How about you, Brandon?
I've been to a ton of parties, and there's never been any, like, spin the bottle or any games like that.
Not on the construction sites?
No.
No spin the bottle? No spin the rivet?
You act like everybody played that. I never played those games.
No?
No.
No?
No, to be honest, there were very few of those when I was growing up. Kathy, I'm sure you and I both did the same thing. We went to physics parties.
Well, I didn't fit in there either.
All right, well, you know what? I think we need to get ourselves prepared for this. We've met them. We found out their stories, and now we got to get them in the proper shape.
Yeah, training is everything.
Yeah, so
as with anything that you want to be good at, you've got to practice.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to, so they're not going into this completely cold.
No.
We brought in some CPR dummies, which is, basically it's a torso with a really weird looking face on it. They're both male. I thought we were going to get a male and female, but I guess we got to do what we
are gender fluid, Preston. It's about time you get woke.
Oh, Marissa, where are those wigs? We have a wig.
Oh, we have a wig to put on
we
one?
have 2 blonde wigs.
Okay, all right.
So
we can just put one on one. Let's go with Sophie first. All right, Sophie, we have Joe. You can leave your headphones on.
Yeah.
Who's going to hold up the dummy? Wow, this is really setting the mood
right,
here. You know what? Can we have some romantic music from Josh and Haley while we're doing this? So I think maybe that'll make you feel a little bit better. All right, so you're going to put
Can we get a profile on this, by the way? There we go.
There you go,
Thank you
Joe.
so much.
Okay, so put your hands up around his neck, Sophie.
Yeah.
And you also have to lean your head one way. So that's perfect. She's leaning it to the right. And go in and just give a nice kiss, nice easy kiss.
Aw. She's awesome. Yes. Yes.
How did she do it?
She did great.
How is Sophie? You're awesome.
Yeah.
Her approach was perfect. Her head tilt was perfect.
You're adorable. And you know physics.
The pressure that she applied to the dummy was perfect.
The one thing that I saw, duration was too short.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So
it was
if
a
you go
dummy.
in for the kiss, it's not going to be quick. You need to let
Preston,
it linger just a little
It's
bit.
an eraser she's kissing.
That's true.
The
That's
next
true.
thing that she kisses will be kissing back.
Yeah.
But I do want her to be ready. So one more time, but just a smidge longer, okay? So she's leaning in, hands on. There you go. She's got his hand. That's better.
Yeah.
All right. Well
Is that
done.
better? Is she leaning her head the right way?
She was.
Okay.
And she put her hand on his cheek, too,
Oh,
which
and-
is,
and
which
very
is very
tender.
sensual.
Yeah.
This is an unresponsive doll that she's kissing, so obviously it's the head tilt's not there. But bravo, well done.
Well done, well done.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's try Brandon. Brandon, first stick your first 2 fingers in her mouth.
All right, yeah. To the side. To the side. Can we get a profile on it? Guys, can we turn profile, please?
All right,
Thank
there you go. All right, hands on her hips, or its hips, and then, okay. He turned his head. He gave that was not bad.
So
a little softer.
What do you want to say to this lifeless piece of plastic?
I love you. All right, so it looks like Brandon's gonna turn his head to the left, which was the opposite of Sophia. So try that one more time, sir. Let's see you do it again. Yeah, same way. However you're comfortable.
3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Before the Bizarre File, real quick, a couple of shout-outs, if you don't mind. I got a couple of emails I'd like to mention. This is from, it's from Ted from Delaware. And this is for Gus Who's. I was supposed to get to this on January 14th. I missed it, though.
Not bad, though.
And he says, Gus grew up in the Philly area. He now owns the Riverside Tavern in Millsboro, Delaware. He said it's 100 miles away in Lower Slower, but Gus listens to your podcast every day. The Riverside Tavern has become a meeting place for ex-Delco residents and Eagles fans.
Hey.
You were king. He wrote king. It's supposed to be you were kind enough to give Gus a shout out last year, and it really made his day. Thanks. And that's Ted from Delaware. So here's a shart. And happy birthday to you, Gus. And then this one's not really a shout out, but it is a really cool. No, it's a really cool email, and this is from Elise Phillips. And she wrote, "Hey, a fun story to share. Back in October, I went to, I don't even know if I can pronounce this, Kangerlussuaq.
Wow.
Kangerlussuaq, Greenland, to run the Polar Circle Marathon as well as do some sightseeing. And what made it on the short list of packing? A T-shirt from your blood drive a few years ago. My dad, a longtime listener and fan of your show, was the mastermind behind the idea, and attending your blood drive every year together has become one of our favorite traditions." And she sent in a few photos, one of the and one of the blood drive as well. So she's standing in Greenland holding the T-shirt in front of some like glaciers and stuff.
That's
like
awesome.
that. Really, really cool.
I'd love to go to Greenland.
That's what I told her. I'm
Apparently, it doesn't take very long.
To get there?
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember Jim McGuinn went there one time. He was like, yeah, I was there in like 2 hours.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's just not a whole lot there. That's the
yeah,
only thing,
you're
but-
there for the nature.
Yeah, and that's what I'd like to see. It's kind of on a bucket list. I would imagine, Nick, you'd like to go there someday,
Yeah,
right?
I went to Iceland a few years ago, and Iceland is sort of like Greenland, but with people.
Yeah.
There's some actual population there, but a lot of glaciers, a lot of like whale watching, that type of thing.
Yeah, so thank you, Elise. It was cool for you to take that along.
We
and
love that.
Have us represent in Greenland.
Yeah, if you're traveling, take us with you. Whatever you want. Take a picture somewhere with something that represents the show.
Would love that. All right, it's B-File time.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by friends at Pro Team Collision. You shouldn't be good at getting into an accident, but if you do, your friends at Pro Team Collision are there to help with all of your auto body repair needs. And you can visit proteamcollision.com. All right, we'll start with this. And there's a dog breed in here, and you'll have to tell me if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly.
All right.
I've got Dachshund right. All right, so
yay.
2 Dachshunds and a Leon Burger. Anybody ever heard of that?
I know that's the lunch special at Denny's.
Leon, Leon,
Yeah, Leon
Berger.
Never heard of that one.
Well,
They're so cute.
they're among 8 dogs who were seized after a woman was fatally mauled to death by the pack of animals.
The cute little thing.
Yeah, cute little thing. Horrified sources have recalled the sheer terror of the dog walker who tried to keep onlookers away even as the animals, who were like a pack of wolves, attacked her. And this was in Gravely Hill in Caterham, England.
All right, so it's a cross between a Newfoundland and a St. Bernard.
So
it's a
Leon
larger
Burger.
dog.
It is a larger dog,
Leon.
Apparently, there was no barking, just her screaming, according to a bystander. She was being attacked. She was trying to sit up, but the dogs were around her, and they were going for her arms, and she couldn't do it. It was a frenzy.
Jeez.
She reportedly was walking up to 7 dogs at the time and was attempting to wrangle the animals after one lunged at a woman and her smaller dog, who were also in the park. Most of them may have still been on the leads, a source said. They were tangled around her, meaning she couldn't stand. It was impossible for them to get away, so in their frenzy, they just went for what was in front of them.
That's
Killed her.
awful.
That's crazy.
Leon Burgers are famous for their kind, gentle disposition. It makes them ideal as therapy dogs and as family companions.
So here's the deal. You get a number of dogs in a situation. You have to be adroit at handling them and that pack mentality, and you have to establish you're the alpha. But when you're bound up in their leashes and can't move, you can't do a lot of that.
Several species of dog were seized from the scene and remain locked up with a counsel pending a further investigation. Early reports indicate none of the dogs are of a dangerous or forbidden breed. It's not clear how many of them attacked the victim.
I mean, a dachshund, for Christ's sake.
And only one of the dogs appeared to be of substantial size, and that would have been the Leon Burger, I
I'll get
guess.
the toes.
2 horse riders chanced upon the attack as it was happening and appears poised to intervene, but a source said that the woman in sheer panic was shouting at the riders to get away because she was afraid that the dogs were going to attack them too.
Get away from me.
And in fact, one of the horses got spooked and knocked the rider off, and so these dogs were going crazy. Relatives of the dead woman,
Dogs are so primitive.
said to be from London, have been informed and are being supported by police.
Horrific story, man.
The woman who was initially bitten has been discharged from the hospital. The other woman with another dog.
Not the dead one.
Terrible story. Well, as police continue their search for a driver believed to be at the center of multiple road rage incidents across Southern California, more people are coming forward claiming they're the victims of the frightening attacks that have been caught on camera. So it's just one guy.
One dude. Well, you have experience like this. You know people can be recidivists.
Yeah. A woman overnight said that she had an encounter with the same road rage suspect while she was with her 93-year-old mother in West Hollywood. And this was back in June initially, so this is another encounter. The woman who didn't want to be identified shared photos that show the suspect and valet driver in a physical altercation. She said the Tesla was coming into oncoming traffic. We confronted each other, and I said to him, you can make it, just keep coming slow. And immediately he went into some kind of a psycho mode and started screaming and motioning. She said the Tesla driver got out of his car, threw a soda can at them, and then got back in his car. A valet worker nearby tried calming down the Tesla driver, but was instead punched in the face by this guy.
Oh, my God.
The Tesla driver backed up and was visibly angry before driving away. When the woman said she filed a police report, she feels for her safety, though. So far, 10 incidents involving the same man have come up.
Well, it sounds like this person goes out for this to go nuts.
I've seen footage of it. I mean, for some reason, this was trending on Twitter over the weekend. But yeah, I watched this psycho over and over and over again. And at one point, we're watching footage. At one point, when he comes out and does this, like a cop car drives by. He was on a highway.
Oh, really?
Point. Yeah.
Okay.
Clearly didn't notice what was going on. Yeah.
Another woman said she ended up with a black eye after she was attacked by the man at a parking lot of the Santa Ana Mall. She filed a police report as well. And apparently she said that he yelled at her and punched her car and then hit her. And she provided photos of her black eye. All the drivers have filed police reports, and the incidents have happened across Southern California, so different agencies are investigating.
Dude, they have clear pictures of them, tons of them.
Quick little side story. There was a guy driving like a total a-hole last night. I was driving home from my parents' house, and he was cutting in and out of traffic, driving like a madman, and he got pulled over, and it was the most, it was so satisfying. It just made me very, very happy.
I did dream for that moment to happen in front of me.
I saw the cop lights go on. I was like, yes.
My question, though, is this. If this guy gets out and is doing this, like, if you take off and, like, hit him, like, are you...
Self-defense?
Are you? Yeah.
Can you get in trouble?
Can you get in trouble? I mean,
you would have to prove you believed your life was in...
Yeah, that you were in fear of getting hurt.
But then if you hit him and then you drive off, then you are culpable.
Back over him 9 times.
No, then you're culpable for hit and run, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't really know, but just stop being a dick on the road, people. Just please chill. The Boston Transit Police are investigating after a man was allegedly punched in the face for asking another commuter for help finding his way. The incident took place Wednesday. The Green Line rider reportedly...
I'm sorry,
Yeah, it was kind of like that. Asked another man for directions at the Boylston station, which seemed to anger that person. Instead of answering his question, the fellow commuter struck the victim in the face.
Is this the Boylston?
With his fist, punched him in the face, and then jumped on the T, fleeing the area.
Now, off to my Tesla.
No further details were available in that story.
People are wound tightly, man.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
All right, and that's all we have time for. It's a quick, bizarre file, and that is it. Let's take a break. By the way, a reminder that the Cardboard Classic is going to be here before you know it, and you can go to WMMR.com to get the details. The registration is enabled and ready for you, or if you just want to show up and be a part of the event, you can get all the details at WMMR.com. And you can also text the word cardboard to 39333, and we'll send the link to you. But that is going to be March 3rd, and the Mountain Fest at Montage Mountain, which is our new location this year, is taking place March 3rd and 4th. Concerts by Everclear, Fuel, and Lit. And a bunch of other events are taking place. So check that out when you get a chance. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I'm Alexa.
I think he rushed in towards the head a little too fast. I think your approach needs to be a little slower, a little more gentle. And it's going to be a human the next time around, so it'll be a slightly different approach. Nick, she's going to give you a bit of guidance, but just come in a little more slowly in your approach.
Nick, I think I can. So you're leaning in, and she's going to speak to you. Okay, start to lean in as you're going to kiss. All right, and she's going to speak to you. Are you turned on? Okay, that was Nell, Jodie Foster, who's very attractive.
I love how you guys are so delicate with Sophie, but not with him.
No, by the way, his first kiss was absolutely fine. Just a little bit more, because I think I hate to say this, and this is probably a dumb thing to say, when you're leading in on the kiss, the onus is on you to just be a little bit more,
tender.
Yeah, I know. Listen,
tender. Because you're genuinely a nice, gentle guy, and I think you can rock a kiss.
And in this social climate that we live in today, I'm looking. It looked like the mannequin didn't want that kiss. You know what I mean?
I was reading it completely.
You were reading
look at
it
the
differently?
mannequin's eyes are completely closed, and in fact, they're sealed over with the fleshy layer of skin.
By the way, and also another suggestion as well is eyes closed.
Yes.
It helps. It just helps with the moment.
Yeah, at that moment, just get lost in the kiss.
Hang on. You have to go in with your eyes open, but the second your lips touch the other lips, then you softly close your eyes. Otherwise, you're going to headbutt your partner.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't have to get up on the turnbuckle and jump on them.
Yeah.
When you're close enough and you know your lips are going to touch, that's when you can close it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go one more time.
One more time, Brandon, if you wouldn't mind, please.
All right,
Eyes closed, lean in. Nice. Better. I'm glad we did that.
Yeah.
Damn good.
Well done. Okay, and we're getting this wonderful romantic music from Josh and Haley here. Okay, so I think we're set with the practice. We've got that out of the way.
Uh-oh.
Now we
Both
need
our
to.
CPR dummies just secured lawyers, Preston.
Oh, dear Lord. All right. Well, now we need to freshen. Now we need to make sure that we're ready.
Right.
So we have a variety of oral products here to make sure that the mouth is fresh.
Yes.
And set and pleasant for everyone.
For the person, and this is good advice for anyone this weekend or today, and in general, when you're with someone, you want to make sure that they know that you cared enough to make sure your breath is fresh.
Yeah. So we're going to start with a little antiseptic generic CVS mouthwash here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
only the good stuff.
Smells lovely. I'm going to give you guys.
It's just as good as Listerine. It's the same ingredients.
It absolutely is.
You're just not paying the same,
So open that up, and we're going to have you gargle. If you can, make the noise when you gargle,
Like
so we want to
Chewbacca.
hear all that. By the way, I was always a Scope guy. I always thought like that minty flavor of Scope.
I wanted basically, and I was for the longest time until for Listerine, you just get the sensation that you're boraxing out your mouth.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like it's better. All right, gargle.
Very good. So, Sophia almost swallowed it when Casey played the Chewbacca bit. All right. Brandon? Gargle, please. You spit in that.
I started laughing when I heard Chewbacca.
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it out.
All right. All right, and do you think they need breath mints, or is that good?
Would you guys like a breath mint, or you're fine? I think if you're good, you're good.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Are we ready for the?
I think we're ready. Yes, and you know what?
By the way, webcam's on, so if you're listening in at home, you can watch this too.
Oh, we've got this romantic music. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. Okay, so the first one of these two that's going to get their kiss is going to be Sophia. So we're going to bring in our first professional kisser this morning. He's a very good friend of the Preston and Steve show. He's a good-looking guy.
He is a very good-looking
He's
guy.
had many kisses in his time. Our good friend Kyle McCarty is here this morning.
Handsome.
So, Brandon, we're going to have you step away from the microphone a little bit, and we're going to have Kyle step up. And Kyle's a professional singer. He's an amazing videographer and editor as well, and also does a fantastic podcast. What's the name of that show, by the way?
The podcast is called the Tri-Jam Podcast.
And he's a great host and he's one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
Beautiful eyes.
He's got gorgeous eyes.
Thank you so much.
Well groomed, his head shaved.
And
I approve of that.
And he's the guy, just to remind you, I know you probably already know this, but he gave us Kathy's fall activities. He does the jingles. He does the Delco jingle, has sung with the Temptations.
I have.
Yeah, he's amazing. So you're getting a really
thank you.
quality guy here, Sophia.
Okay.
He's building this up a lot.
I want to. So, do you remember your first kiss?
I do.
And was it a pleasant experience, a memorable experience?
Yes, it's actually, I don't know, it's kind of a hefty story. I got to bridge it if you actually want to hear it.
Sure.
I was actually 19 years old, so kind of a little late bloomer for myself.
Sophie, and listen to this. So here's a guy, again, like as with you, a very good-looking guy, but 19 years old. Okay.
I kind of grew into myself as I progressed through my teenage years.
So you had a lot of hanging foreskin and stuff.
Yes, yes.
Grew into it.
Yeah, I kind of snipped that off and got it.
Okay.
So I had actually met someone online. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and she lived in Washington State.
Wow.
Whoa.
So I wanted to go meet her. I wanted to go. We've been talking for months. So I'm an artist too. I drew a couple of cartoons, sold it to my cousin's auto decal company. So he was making like decals, and he paid me enough money so I could buy a plane ticket. And I went out to Washington State, and that's where I met her. And I had my first kiss.
So there was a connection.
Yeah.
There was something that said, I need to go see. And,
yes.
And did that blossom into a relationship? Was it or was it just a kiss? And
it blossomed into a very short, week-long relationship. And
okay.
Yeah, she kind of cheated on me the day after I left Washington State.
Well, let me ask you this: was at least the initial kiss well worth the trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all you want.
She put a pillow over my face. I didn't even see it.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
It was nice.
Well, listen, part of the leading up to this is the anticipation. And certainly we've teased you with enough of that. We've been doing 30 minutes about talking, kissing, and now it's time to actually kiss.
Let's get to kiss it.
So, did you hear us talking about the type of kiss we want to go for in this first run?
Yes, a little bit.
A screen kiss, a tender lip kiss.
A tender lip kiss.
And then we'll see how that goes, and maybe we'll go for an open mouth kiss.
An open mouth kiss?
Yes.
It can be of some duration. Do you need some Listerine? Are you good?
You know what? Where's that Listerine?
It's right, well, it was right here.
All right.
Listerine!
Who drank it?
We need some...
All right. Just because it's only proper that both parties be hygienic.
This is true.
Yes.
Okay, and I know you were gargling liver back there.
I was.
And he's, actually, Kyle's very generous.
He's also, yes, he is.
So he wants to make sure that he gives as well as gets.
Yes. All right.
So he's...
Okay. Wow. All right.
Okay.
That was aesthetically pleasing, I'm sure.
He did it over the actual gargle. Okay. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
well, let's have this moment. We're going to bring the music down, and
Do
we're
we
going to
want
have
the lights down as well, or would that be bad for video?
it might be bad for video.
Okay,
I don't know, Kyle. You're the video guy.
I mean, I'm sure Nick Murphy would rather have the lights on.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, he's shaking his head.
Yeah, because he likes to watch.
Okay. Sophia, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. Here it comes. All right. They're leaning in. Oh, that was
That's sweet.
very sweet. Sophia, come over here. How did that feel?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Did it feel anything like you thought it would?
Vaguely, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Not really sure what I expected.
So you got the first one out of the way, and I'm going to ask this. And how did you feel? Was it you're a kissing machine now? So,
Thanks. Yeah.
So how did it feel to you?
It felt nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she has nice lips.
Oh,
Very good.
Encouraging, Sophie.
Sophie, what about the stubble of the mustache and beard and stuff?
Did you feel that?
No, you don't really notice it too much.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Sophie, do you want to try a little bit more passionate kiss on this second one?
Why not?
Okay.
All right, let's go for a couple of seconds here, and then that can go into 1 hour. No, go for a couple.
Kyle, jam your tongue down.
All right. You got
don't
it.
do that.
All right.
A nice, tender, open mouth kiss. Now, this is going to feel totally different.
Okay.
And you just want your tongues to play a little.
Don't even think of us here.
Yeah.
You get lost in that they don't think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people listening.
Right.
You just have your tongues do a little dance. It's nice and light and easy. You don't want to like that. Just nice movements.
I would
Did I get you
say-
turned on, Kyle?
Yeah, that's so hot.
I would say you have to follow what Kyle's going to do.
Yes, exactly. Remember, this lunatic flew to Washington for a kiss. All right.
All right, let's try this. This is the real. And guys, have Kiss ready to go after this.
All right.
From
we're not even here. We're going to be absolutely quiet. Go for it.
All right, here we go. This is the real deal. They're leaning in, mouths open. Oh, yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. And whenever you're ready.
Oh,
yeah! How about this? Woo! Nice.
Yeah, damn good. Did
that work?
Abs.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I got a couple of notes here that I want to just give. If we're doing this like this like a play or something like that. So I'm going to give you some notes. I think the kiss needs to end. The kiss needs to be tapered.
Yes.
All right.
That's the one thing.
On both sides.
He's right.
Right. All right. So I couldn't think of the right word.
So here, you want us to show you?
You don't go. Yeah. You don't go in mouths open and you don't end mouths open. Right, Preston?
A light kiss to start, then the open mouth kiss, then a light little signature kiss.
Right. So, so as you're pulling away, it's and because you're lost in each other. So as you're pulling away, a slow kiss, another kiss, and it winds down.
So are we doing this one more time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Would you like to try one more time?
Sure.
I love her.
Sophie.
She's awesome.
You're hilarious.
She's awesome. Okay.
All right, Kyle, you cool with one more?
Absolutely.
All right,
Okay.
so a light lip kiss, tongue kiss, lip kiss. All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right. Kiss. All right, here we go. There's a little kiss.
Slowly.
Now the tongue kiss, and now a little signature kiss on the end.
That was the best.
Wow, nice job. Nice job. That was very special.
So, you apply the laws of physics to. You should absolutely. Honestly, you're great. There's no issue here, and in your own accord, when you feel you're ready, I mean, guys should be beating down the door for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you can tell them all about Newton's third law and everything.
Yeah,
So-
and you're smart. That's even a better turn on.
Kyle, thank you, man. That was
no
very
problem.
cool. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Kyle McCarty.
Yes, what a good man.
Facial kisser. And Sophie is now over that hurdle.
Yeah, and a nice hug.
That's wonderful. All right. Sophie, we're going to switch up. We're going to put Brandon where you are. So let him take your
Thank you,
headphones.
Kathy. Okay, confession time.
All right, go ahead.
No, I'm not confessing anything. But you might be. Not you, Steve, but the listeners may be. Because we had a clip we played earlier this morning from Chelsea Handler, who, until she was 40 years old, believed that the sun and the moon were the same thing. And that at night, the sun became the moon.
Think of how a woman who's, intelligent.
Yeah.
Think of what kind of slaloming you'd have to do throughout life to avoid learning that they're two separate things. That, you just have to have the right series of events take place, or wrong events, to keep you believing that till the age of 40.
Yep.
I don't think it's as odd as you guys think it is. I mean, I know that, I know the answer to that, but I bet you there's tons of people out there that think the exact same thing.
Well, you know what?
I mean, it's like...
Kathy, I'm waiting for the one that I believed,
Yeah.
Your whole life.
No matter how hard you try, you will become... but the moon and the sun, to me, is that's a big one.
Because you guys are, but you're like super into that. Like, if it's not interesting to somebody, listen,
even if you're not super into that.
I bet you it's way more common than you think it is.
Well, here's what I'd like to do, because Kathy thought that you couldn't drive to Alaska.
I didn't know you could drive to Alaska.
She thought it was
whatever.
You had to go over an ocean.
You had to go through the sun.
So, if you would like to confess something that you, for the longest time,
connect it on the map.
You should have known better, and you just, for whatever reason, you didn't. I would like to hear about that. 215-263-WMMR, especially if it went to a latter age.
Yes.
I'd like to know that.
But what I was going to say about the sun and the moon is like, so I don't know my Roman numerals. And
Right.
I missed whatever it was, if it was just one day of school or 2 days, I don't know. But whenever we learned it in school, I wasn't there. And so I never learned it. I know that's a little bit different, but like...
About Alaska or the sun and the moon?
No, about Roman numerals. I'm just saying that there are
Okay.
things that you could miss, and it just kind of like
Goes
over,
past you.
and then that's it.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I don't know, man. Nobody ever had to point out to me that, hey, the moon and the sun are out at the same time. I've seen it with my own eyes just by glancing upward.
You'd have to go to reach 40 without ever seeing that occur, which happens pretty regularly.
Yeah.
It's like, well, then what's that?
Yeah. What is
That's
that
the
thing? How do you miss it? I don't know.
That must be the sun's sun.
I know for sure that there are some glaring things that I, and I think it's just human nature, that I've missed or had thought was one thing and it was the other, but nothing's coming to mind right now.
This is going to be a no judgment zone, though. We're just going to laugh at you.
Yeah, that's all.
Say that.
And you can laugh at us, because we certainly... I'm living in dread of the thing that I firmly believe that turns out to be absolute nonsense.
All right, 215-263-WMMR is the number.
I know that my mom, and maybe this isn't super duper common knowledge, but when you get like a lobster tail at a restaurant, it presents itself on top of the shell.
Right.
So we were Y2K. We had a fancy dinner at my house, and my mom was making surf and turf, and she thought that the meat popped out of the shell.
Oh, if you cooked it, that it would automatically split the shell,
Yes.
and then the
it
meat
popped
would
out.
come
Jiffy
out
Pop.
of it.
Yeah.
Like lobster pop.
And I was like, it's adorable that you thought this, but no, because she was about to shove them all in the oven and just kind of let it cook and pop out. I was like, no, Mom, you got to cut the shell with some kitchen scissors,
Right.
and then you present it on top of the shell.
Popping fresh.
All right, I have some text examples, and then we go to some phones. Somebody said, my friend thought that there were multiple suns because how else could it be sunny here but dark in England?
Oh, my God.
But if you stop and think about it, that's an interesting question to ask.
This person says, when I was a kid, I thought the top power line was not a power line. It was just for the birds so they didn't get electrocuted when they sat on it.
Yeah, when you were a kid. These are adults.
Yes. That's the thing. Yeah. This says, up until last year, I thought Taiwan was in Japan. I was humbled by my daughter's 4th grade geography lesson.
Oh, man.
Another one says, my brother thought that the moon was lit up by the lights on Earth, not the sun. He still maintains that our lights affect the moon somehow, some way.
You mean to tell me all that light is coming from somewhere else, like the sun?
All right, let's go to some calls and see what you can tell us, what you didn't know until recently. And some of these aren't quite as big as the sun and moon, but let's see what they are. I'm going to go to Steve. Hey, Steve, good morning.
And you get what?
And you get what?
What's happening, Steve?
Morning.
Morning.
So we used to have some basement flooding as a kid, and sometimes my dad would have to snake it out with a pipe snake. As a kid, the first time, and every time after that, we thought it was a real snake.
So, Steve, it's okay for a kid to believe that.
Yeah.
Did you carry that belief till last week?
Probably 3 years ago, and I'm in my mid-30s.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Actual. All right, Eddie, go in there and clean that pipe.
Wrangle that snake.
Right away, sir.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Thank you, Steve. Oh, man. Sorry, I didn't know you had more. This is good. All right. This says, I thought constellations were only visible in their designated month until I was 33 years old, and I have 2 master's degrees. I could see how, if you don't spend much time, that you might think, as the Earth rotates, maybe we get a different view.
Sure.
Because it does shift, and there are times where some constellations are more obvious in the night sky than not.
I didn't realize that. So when you take standardized testing in school, so when I was in school, it was a CAT test. Nick, did you take CAT tests when you were in grade school?
All right, which one's the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember that. Yeah. California
Achievement test.
Yeah.
So I didn't know until my kids started taking standardized testing that it had anything, it did anything as far as your placement in like your higher reading levels and your like honors math or I had zero clue until my kids actually took standardized tests, and that's why I didn't that it has any bearing on your actual schooling.
That you think
it's just an assessment.
It does or it does not?
That it does. Like I had no idea, and so I was in higher math and reading levels in grade school, and then when we started taking CAT tests, I didn't care about because all I knew is it didn't end up in your report card. So I was like, well, what do I even care about this for? So I mean, literally, I would just go C, and I didn't.
What a jerk!
So it's for the overall. It's to determine how well the school is doing overall,
Correct.
right?
Well, but also your
school's an abomination.
Also what?
But also it has something to do with with where you are placed in at least in with my kids, you don't have honors math until 5th grade.
All right, so I'm a little confused, but you came to a revelation concerning what it means, what the test means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Excuse me. All right, I like this one. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey.
All right, what did you believe for the longest time?
Mike.
Sorry.
I didn't know that real eagles weren't green.
Oh my God!
So the actual bird, the actual animal, not the sports team. You thought they were green.
In the mid-'90s, when the Eagles went from Kelly green to Hunter green,
I was talking to a friend of mine at work. We were in the garage. There were other people around.
Oh, no.
And he's like, oh, what do you think of the Eagles' new colors? It's nice. It's more like, a real Eagles color. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, green like an eagle. He's like, no, Eagles aren't green. And we went back and forth. People are like laughing. And he's like, yeah. I said, well, what color is an eagle? He's like, I don't like a brownish gray with a white hair. I didn't know.
My
I
God.
was like 23.
Oh my
Dude,
God!
Oh,
Mike, are these people you're still friends with, or was this just work people that you don't really see anymore?
No, they were just work people. I don't really see them anymore, thank God.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because it would be the duty of your friends.
I'm turning in my resignation.
It was a little bit embarrassing.
Dude, don't beat yourself up. I can see that's. Listen, for how many years were you seeing nothing but green eagles associated with the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you see that. I mean, you very rarely see an actual eagle.
That's right. In the wild, it's very rare that you actually see an eagle.
Exactly.
Going off what you know.
That's funny, Mike. I love that until he was 23. And then said it in front of people.
It looks like the natural green color of an eagle.
Oh, my God. We'll go to Katie next. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Great. What's up, Katie?
I thought a rhinoceros was a dinosaur until I was in late college or maybe even a teacher.
So you believed that rhinos didn't currently exist, that they were dinosaurs.
Yeah. They don't look like they're something that would be alive right now. But, yeah.
Yeah.
And but there's video of you could see them on a documentary.
Listen, there's a lot of prehistoric video.
You're right.
If you just go looking for it.
I saw Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I mean, that all looks real. It really threw me off.
Katie,
I love that.
Do you remember when you found out?
Yeah, we were playing that heads up game with my brother and his kids, and we had to we had to give clues, and I said it's extinct, and everyone just looked at me like I was crazy.
Good for you.
I love that. That's but when they cite current creatures that look very prehistoric, rhinoceros comes up quite a lot.
Katie, does anybody remind you of that incident from time to time?
All the time. All the time.
Yep. That's wonderful. All right. Thank you, Katie. Oh, my God. Let's see. How about, we'll go to this. This is in line with Kathy. Danielle, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Danielle?
All right, so I have a 22-year-old daughter, and her boyfriend is an avid biker, and he was telling her about this couple that was biking from Alaska to Argentina, and she stopped and paused, and she said, well, how are they going to get over to Canada? So,
yeah, it's a good point.
And he looked at her. He's an engineer, and he looked at her like, do you think Alaska's an island? And sure enough, and hey, I don't blame her because if you look at how they teach it in school.
Yeah, Danielle, that's exactly right. So when you see it, and I can see Kathy's confusion, it's always in that separate window that has Alaska, and that so you might very well think it was an island.
Thought it was like
would
Hawaii.
you guys think that maybe would 10% be too high of a number of people that might of the population that think that
I might
Alaska,
have before, but not now.
That Alaska is an island? Yeah.
I might have. I mean,
maybe
it seems to be a lot more prevalent than we thought.
When we talked about it, when I originally told you guys, which I probably should have never done that, but I did. People called in, and I got tons of emails. They were like, thank you, I just found out.
That's where they found all those rhinoceros fossils.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Well, what? All right, so Rhode Island's not an island. Why do they call it Rhode Island?
That's a good question.
Not an island?
Why do they call it a road?
No, it is an island.
It is an island?
Yeah, the main part of, one of the main parts of Rhode Island is Rhode Island. And so the state was named after the rest of that.
Okay, so but the state itself is not surrounded completely by water, but an island that is part of the land.
There's a big part of Rhode Island that is Rhode Island.
Like New York, it has a big part of it that is an island.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, like Long Island.
But they don't call
Island
the
is a
state
peninsula.
Right, exactly. So the state of New York is not called Long Island, but if it were, that'd be an analogous.
All right, let me go to Sarah. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Sarah?
Up until very recently, I didn't know that when you're watching football on TV, those lines are digital. I thought every play somebody went out and drew new lines.
Oh my God!
So the line
for the
of
first
scrimmage?
down for the
Yeah.
line of scrimmage. Oh my God!
Yep.
I mean,
was
to
like,
be
that
honest,
took a lot of time. When did they do that?
They are so that it can't be chalk. They must have a long yellow strip they put down.
they could do that. I mean, with the LED lights and stuff like that, they really could do that.
You mean shine it down on the yeah? If it was like a laser or something like that.
Yeah, just pour holes in the backs of the players' heads.
But Casey, Sarah thought they went down there and painted it every time.
Yeah, exactly. How they paint the designs on the field. I thought they went out in between each play and drew a line with paint.
I
And
love
then my
it.
friend was like, nope, those are digital. And I was like, okay.
Okay, all right, I'll file that
Oh,
one
I get it
away.
now. Hey, look, they keep changing the ads behind the banner.
Thank you. I have Kenny on the line. Hey, Kenny.
Zada doo doo baba goo goo da doo da 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 ba 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 ba. Hi, Grandma.
Not bad.
That was
It's a
very
good attempt. What's up, Kenny?
All right, so I feel so silly for this. I didn't know. I always saw Baked Alaska, and there was like just lighting stuff on fire, and it was like seemed cool. I was like, man, it seems silly to light a bunch of Alaska snow on fire.
Oh my God, snow!
Until I was like 22 or so.
So you thought Baked Alaska was snow from Alaska that was set on fire?
I was like, I'm ordering it right now. I want to know what that snow tastes like.
What
Turns
is
out
it?
it was not snow.
Yeah, it's like meringue or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
So it's a dessert?
whipped.
By the
Yeah,
way,
it's a dessert.
if you take a cruise to Alaska, and I guarantee you they all do it, Baked Alaska is one of their, because it puts on a show, too.
Steve, I went to the Bahamas and they had Baked Alaska on that cruise too.
Oh, really?
I think it's a cruise ship.
And then it must be a
specialty.
hokey cruise
Yeah, in
thing.
case they light it on fire.
Okay.
It's it's this big foamy looking thing. So I could see how he would look at it and go, "Oh, it's Alaska. It's snow."
I actually like the taste of it. I
haven't had it in so long. I can't remember exactly what it tastes like. I bet it is good though. Let's see. It is Robert who we go to next. Hey, Robert. Morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
My
Robert?
wife and I have been married for 3 years, and we are in our mid-60s.
Okay.
I thought I would do a nice decorative thing for my wife's bedroom by putting up 2 beautiful flowing spider plants.
Okay.
Because women love plants.
Yeah, sure.
She told me, please take those down. They're sucking up all my air.
Wow.
I lost it. I was on the verge of divorce. And I had to explain to her, you must have cut school that day. Plants give us air.
Yes, they create air.
And I wasn't very delicate how I said that.
Oh, Robert.
It was a rough 2 months after that.
Did you have to pull up any articles for her to see for herself, or she trusts you?
No,
Okay.
the fact I was laughing so hard, she knew I was telling the truth.
That's
I just couldn't
hilarious.
explain it to her any kinder than, because you don't expect that.
Right. I love it.
One of
Thank
those
you,
things.
Robert. Appreciate it, man. All right. This is for the longest time you believed one thing, it turned out to be the other. And the more obvious it could be, the better, because we got started on this. Chelsea Handler thought that the moon and the sun were the same thing.
Same thing.
And then at night, the sun essentially turned into the moon.
That's it. Yep.
And she believed this till she was 40. 40 years old. Let me see here. I will go to Michelle. Hi there, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Great. What's up, Michelle?
Well, I thought a really stupid thing, thinking back on it now. I thought that when we turned the clocks ahead and gained an hour, I thought we gained an hour every single day until it was time to turn the clocks back. And then we lost an hour every day, so that it evened itself out in the course of the year. But I couldn't figure out, like, why, where is this extra hour every day that we're gaining and losing? So then I thought it probably just happened overnight while we were sleeping.
Yes, that's when it evaporates.
Oh, that's so funny. And you believe this until when, Michelle?
I was in my early 20s in college.
All right,
Well,
in college.
There'd be, yeah, if you believe that, there'd be no obvious sign of where that hour was going, so you could labor under that misconception for quite a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love it.
Thanks, Michelle. I remember the one, and I've told this on the air before. I thought euthanasia was a country.
Right,
Yeah. Mhm.
What about the kids in Asia?
Yeah, all the young ones.
Yeah. Little poor little bastards.
The euthanasia, and I was playing a game at the time with my friends, and we had to come up with the names of countries, and I was like, euthanasia. I don't think that's a country. I'm like, yes, it is. I mean, I stuck by it. And they're like, no, that means, when you kill someone, justify, to take because they're
euthanasia.
suffering,
Yeah.
euthanasia. I'm like, it says Asia.
That doesn't sound like a country.
It does sound like a country, does it? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's where they have that underwater city. You can't eat hot dogs.
And I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
I was in my 20s at that point. Let's go to Dwayne. Hi, Dwayne. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, it's my 50th birthday.
Birthday to you, Dwayne. That's awesome.
And I am your black listener from Delaware, but I have two real quick, and I'm not going to keep you long. My brother thought that motorcycles had air conditioners.
Yes!
Teenagers. And he also thought that in the sky were airplanes, they had directional signs like stop signs and directional lights. I was like, dude, seriously.
Oh,
Dude.
my God.
Motorcycles with air conditioning.
Oh, that's
now
the
motorcycles do have heat, right?
Yeah, they do. Well, they have heated gear. But I told my brother, if an airplane stops for a red light up sky, it's coming straight down.
Oh, Dwayne. That's the best. Oh, my God. Thank you, man. We appreciate it, bud. We'll see you later. Hey, motorcycles had air conditioners. I wonder if they do now.
What?
No, you have like you can. So there, I talked to this with Bill Weston. About you can plug in, and they have heating systems
and cooling systems,
heated
like
gear,
right?
Like you were
that plug
saying.
into the motorcycle. That's about as far as you're going to get.
Yeah,
they don't have vents.
No. Oh my God, man, it's getting hot. Could you turn that off? It's getting so cool out here. Let me go next to Catherine. Hi there, Catherine. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what the obvious thing did you find out way too late in life?
This has happened to me a bunch of times, and so the most recent one was I'm just not really good with figuring out like logical stuff. So like a few years ago, I was in the parking lot of Dunkin' Donuts, and I turned to my boyfriend and I said, "Do you think they named it Dunkin' Donuts because you dunk your donuts in the coffee?" And he was like, "You have to be kidding me."
I'm totally kidding.
Just realizing that now. So literally last week, we're walking into Target, and I was like, "Have you ever noticed that the logo looks like a Target?"
Oh, no.
Oh my God. And he was like, he was like, "I'm leaving you."
Oh my goodness,
He was like,
Catherine.
That's very sweet.
Dumb.
No, that's genuinely. I love that. That's
Well,
great.
Thank you, Catherine. That's wonderful. And this all is in line with like the Jessica Simpson buffalo wings thing. She had two things.
Chicken of the sea.
The chicken of the sea was another one. They were having tuna fish, like a tuna salad or something like that, and she's eating it. And she said something along the lines of, why do they call this a chicken of the sea? It doesn't even taste. Well, I forgot how she phrased it, but she thought it was chicken.
Yeah.
And her husband had to tell her, no, it's just so common and so easy to use, and the flavor,
chicken of
that
the
it's
sea.
the chicken of the sea.
Right.
It's representative of what chicken would be to land animals and meat that we eat. And she just couldn't wrap her mind around that. She thought it was chicken.
Well, it's the ad claims it's chicken of the sea.
And then buffalo wings, she thought were they were eating buffalo. Because the name buffalo is buffalo sauce. She didn't understand. It came from Buffalo, New York, and all this other stuff. And they were classic, and they were caught on camera, unfiltered, and it just took off.
Oh,
and
it's huge. Yeah.
That's the type of thing. All right, so here's, Russell's been on hold for a little while. Let me go to him for a second. Hey, Russell, good morning. Russell, you there, bud?
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, what's up, my man?
So I just found this out yesterday. I work night shift. I'm driving home from work in the morning, and I'm talking to somebody on the phone, and I say, "You got to give me a minute. I'm driving directly west or whatever it is, and the sun's directly behind me. It's coming right in my rearview mirror." And they say, "Well, why don't you flip on the night shift on your rearview mirror?" And I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" I had no idea. I'm a tall guy. I always thought shorter people had to adjust a mirror, and that's what that little flip
Oh,
right. The
man.
yes.
Yeah, so you don't see them as much anymore, but there's a little switch you can on your rearview mirror that will angle it upwards or down. And when at night when people are behind you, if you angle it upwards, it actually gets the reflection off the roof of the vehicle, and it's more dim. And you just thought that was for shorter people that needed to.
I had no. I used to like get in people's cars, and I tried to see, like, does this person, do they have it flipped the other way? I have no clue.
Oh, that's great.
That's great. Yes,
that's great.
Now
Thank you.
Now they're sort of designed to dim that reflective,
that
material. Overpowering light. Yeah,
yeah. Let me see, Casey. Is this the owner of What a Crock?
Yeah. Justin.
Okay. Do you remember what Casey used to do live reads for a company called What a Crock?
Yeah, great.
Meals. And there were these meals that would come in a bag. You throw them in a crock pot and you cook them up. This is Justin. He's the owner of that company. Hey, Justin. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I miss you.
We miss you too. What's up, bud?
Nothing much. I got a pretty funny story. We, when my wife and I started What a Crock, we were trying to come up with names, and I shot out there What a Crock.
Yep.
She loved it, and we went through the whole opening process. We were in business for like a year and a half, and for 2 years. And some guy walks in our store, buys a bunch of stuff, and when he's walking out, he yells, "What a crock of blank."
Yeah.
We'll say crap. And she was furious. I'm like, babe, why are you so mad? That's kind of a saying. It's catchy and it's edgy. That's why we named this. And she was like, "Are you kidding me?" She was super angry at me. Had no clue.
She had no idea that the "What a Crock of S" was a phrase that people said. Oh, that's great.
This guy, did you hear what he just said about our business?
And your whole business model had been around that phrase as a catchphrase. That's hilarious, man.
Your own business.
She's mad.
Justin, you still doing well? You guys still in business?
Yeah, we're doing great. I hope to come up and see you guys real soon. I was just talking to a couple people, so I'm hoping to get up to the station.
All right, bud. Thanks for checking in. We'll talk to you later.
I love their buffalo.
See you later.
Their buffalo chicken.
Is it? They make buffalo?
Yeah, they had. It's a dip.
Yeah, it's buffalo and chicken.
Yeah. Exactly. It's buffalo. Yeah.
Let me see. We got to wrap it up here shortly. I will go to Derek next. Hey, Derek. Good morning. Derek, are you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah. So,
break it up.
How water travels.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, Derek. You're breaking up for a second. So you said you had a friend. Go ahead, retell the story.
I'm sorry. He said we had an argument about how water actually travels.
Okay.
And he always thought water travels towards the equator, no matter where it is. No matter where the low point is in like a puddle or a lake or anything like that. He's like, no, water always travels down towards the equator.
Derek, listen, I still don't know how water necessarily works in this world, but as far as rivers are concerned, I always thought that they went north to south. And I never even thought that maybe rivers go east to west, and I had no idea. I just assumed.
I could see why you would think, well, it's of course, but I mean, obviously now, so he's saying that even in a pond or anything, water anywhere flows towards like a magnetic north kind of thing. Like
so the countries below the equator, all that water travels north.
Exactly.
Okay, everything moves towards the equator.
Yeah, sure. Even if the low side of the puddle is up,
right. It will go up. It will defy gravity.
It's the power of the equator
and go the other way.
Yes,
all right, that's interesting. All right, thanks.
Equatorial
Derek.
water flow.
Yeah, it is interesting though, Casey, because a lot of our major rivers, like the Mississippi, will travel from the north of the country down to the Delta and drop off in the Gulf.
I mean, I really don't know how we have any like freshwater river. Because I don't understand, and I don't know if I was never taught that in school or just didn't pay attention, but
what don't you understand?
How the rivers are still fresh water and not salt. Like, I don't know where the water from the rivers come from, okay? I don't know where.
From mountains and you know.
Yeah, we talked about the water cycle. Actually, it was a question that I had not that long ago.
Okay.
It was, evaporation, condensation, precipitation. So it's in this cycle. It goes up, it comes back down. It goes up, it comes back down.
Gets filtered.
Yeah.
But when it goes up, Casey, it does not go up ever as salt water. So the salt does not become part of the evaporation. So when that's why it doesn't rain salt water at all. So when water evaporates from the ocean, It just comes up as water, not as salt water.
That's why when the water comes down, they remove the tadpoles from it. And then
Please don't. We don't have to.
Okay.
We don't have to. I just had heard something.
He said we don't have to.
I can skip this part.
Here's the deal, and I've slowly come to the realization. And listen, I'm going to say something not nice about myself. I don't need you guys to
Jump on it.
What's that?
Jump on it?
No, you can jump on it. I don't need you to say, "Oh no, you're not." I am dumb. I am a dumb person.
Well, I'm going to override your request. You're not. You just see things. It's the same thing that happens with me. I see things in a different way, and sometimes that leads to folly.
No, I can't have grown-up conversations, right? Like I just can't. And I was at a school assembly last week where the guy talking had said a word and everybody laughed.
I don't know that word.
I was like, I don't know what that word means in context to what you're saying. He said crucible, and everybody like, crucible. I was like, hey, everybody's laughing. I'm gonna laugh.
Do you know what?
And then I went to the lady next to me. I'm like, I don't know what crucible means.
But it's actually inquisitive and smart to just say, in what context does that mean? In other words, ask about it. That's not. I don't think that's a problem. You're not dumb. I don't.
There are two kinds of smart. There's book smart and street smart. Book smart waved bye-bye to you a long time ago.
Wait, what is that from?
Tommy Boy.
That's it.
But you have street smarts.
That's a great old man.
Yeah. But it's true. I mean, like, look, intelligence comes in all sorts of different shapes and sizes.
Agreed.
And, you are great at a lot of things. And if you don't know the wording, the meaning of the word crucible, who cares?
I don't care.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not going to apologize.
Exactly. Yeah. There's plenty of other things.
I'm gonna tap out of this conversation. You guys are talking about HELOCs? Okay. Have fun. I'm gonna go eat the brownies over there in the corner.
If you need me, I'll be standing in that hole over there.
It happens. I try to write down words that I don't know and then look them up later
There's
on.
no way you can know. There's no way you can know all of the
There's
words.
so much knowledge.
And by the way, everyone encounters stuff like that all the time.
All
so
the
it's
time.
not. And then I find it a very wonderful trait when someone will say, "What does that mean?" Or just look it up at whatever. You're always learning.
Yeah. Somebody says 1 point for Delco.
All right.
Hang on. I want to go to Sean, who's been on hold for a long, long time. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, am I on the air?
Yeah.
I want to fart in your face.
No. Oh, my God.
That's a tribute to Roger Ailes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Fart in your face.
Yeah, for years, I always thought it was lip singing, and it's actually lip syncing.
Sure.
I'll bet that's more common than you realize.
I was just about to say that, President.
Because the words can sound similar, syncing and singing.
Because if you say it quick, it's like I was listening.
And by the way,
one time,
there's not
like okay.
Sean, there's not a vast difference. If you're syncing up to the music, but you're also, if you're just lip singing, you're just moving your
sound.
lip. Right.
Yeah.
So it's similar. I would give you that one.
Yeah, we'll give you that one, Sean.
2 points, Delco.
Oh, good, buddy. Yeah, do you live in Delco?
What's that?
Where do you live? What county do you live in?
Bucks, baby.
Bucks.
Bucks.
We just evened each
20
other out.
points, Bucks.
Even it out. All right, thanks, buddy. All right.
20 points.
Are you a helicopter pilot?
That's what should be the next one. Is not the good things that happen, but the things like that happen.
Oh,
just
bad
negative
things, or we should
not like crime,
murders
like sad
and
things,
whatnot.
not that kind of stuff, but like
things?
stupid things.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe
We're
I'll
not going to
consider
do that. We Delco won, and we're just going to walk away.
We're taking our win.
Call it
We're
a
going
day.
home. One last call, then we got to take a break. We're going to Sarah next. Hey, Sarah.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, Sarah?
I thought that this is so stupid.
Okay.
The little mini Model 10s that they have at like REI and Dick's.
Yeah.
I thought
Okay,
those were
so
doggy.
I'll explain. When you go to purchase a tent at a store, like an outdoor store, they will have a smaller version, a scale model.
Just to give you an idea.
Just to give you an idea of what it looks like. Okay, so that's what you're referring to.
And I thought they were for dogs.
Look, they make a little
Those
tent
are dog tents.
for dogs.
It'll look just like your tent.
I mean, they're called pup tents from time to time.
This is true.
Those are for puppies.
We were buying a new tent for a camping trip, and I was with my husband. I was like, oh, my God, we should totally get our dog a separate tent. That's an amazing idea. It's like You're joking, right?
You might just have stumbled upon a business opportunity. Why not have a separate dog tent and then your cats and all that stuff? A bird tent. Why not?
And you could call them. You could call them pup tents.
Yeah. Yes.
And you can put a roof over your head.
Yeah.
See?
High five. High five.
Sell
Hey,
themselves.
when do puppies stop being? When are they? Okay, how do you say this? I know words.
When they become adults?
Yeah. When do they
Mature?
stop becoming? When are they not puppies and just dogs?
My puppies are 5 years old and they're still puppies.
Yeah. When they get hair on the junk.
Yeah. When they finally grow hair on the junk. I don't know.
Well, like as far as like the vet or food, I think after a year they're not a puppy anymore. You get dog food.
You're exactly right. Yeah, cats and dogs you mature at an accelerated rate. But we live longer statistically, so
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for sharing. It was definitely fun, and it's always nice to admit these things. We got started. Chelsea Handler had admitted she thought the sun and the moon were the same thing until your brain has the shell on it. Until she was 40. 40 years old, and recently, has shared that. So I thought that was kind of fun. All right. Speaking of the sun and the moon, we're going to talk about space and the universe and our solar system, all this stuff, when we return to the Space Cowboy.
Yay.
And we actually have a guest who's going to join us, a listener from the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. What? Pretty amazing that he's a big fan of the show, so we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR.
You get the benefit of going second. You've seen how it's done. We don't really need to coach you because we did all that with Sophie. So you think you're ready to give this a try?
Sure.
Okay.
Remember, you're a good guy. You're a hard worker. You have a pleasant way about you. You're going to kill this. You're going to go great.
All right, we need our professional kisser to come into the studio now. It's yet another worker here. She is a production assistant on the Preston and Steve Show. She's been working with us for a while. And what's wonderful, Valentine's Day is her favorite holiday of the year. This is Mars. Her name is Damara. And she is going to be your first kiss, Brandon. So good morning, Damara.
Hey, good morning.
Nice to see you. What do you think about all this?
I think it's really cute.
Yeah.
I'm actually like a little bit nervous.
Are you really?
Yeah.
It's because you have Valentine's Day is your favorite day. You embrace love. You're very much into we've talked about this and vampires and the sexuality and all of that stuff. The romance and the gothic romance involved with that sort of stuff. So this is something that's very important to you. Do you remember your first kiss?
Okay, I really tried to think about this, and I don't remember my first kiss. I had a boyfriend in 6th grade, and maybe we kissed, but like, I don't really remember.
Really?
There's been a lot of people. There's been a lot of people.
All right. Okay. My bad. We're a little different then.
You got to understand, she's so cool, Damar. She's just a unique individual, and we love her to death. But listen, but you march to the beat of your own drum, which makes you that much more special.
I mean, so we were all surprised to find out that your favorite holiday was Valentine's Day. We assumed it was going to be like Halloween. Damara drives around with the skeleton in the passenger seat of her car.
Which I just realized that was her. Maybe like a month or two ago, I said something to Casey, and I'm like, she has a skeleton in her front seat, right? Casey was like, yep, drives with it every day.
And she posted a picture last night of her chewing on raw meat. For Valentine's Day.
Don't worry, I brushed my teeth today.
Certainly a unique character. And also, I guarantee you this, Brandon, you will never have anyone in your life from here on out that has a more unique makeup application than she does, and you're getting this for your first kiss. So Damara has very, very unique eye makeup that she does.
It's really
every
cool,
day.
very precise. And
It has hearts today.
In fact, she did it once to you.
She did.
Yeah.
She did like a corpse face on me.
You're pretty rocking.
Damara, you want to give out your Instagram account while we're on the air?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my radio account is radio.dmp.
That's not the one I'm talking about.
Oh, my God. Yeah, my modeling and everything else where you can see the raw meat picture. That's, it's ossuary_angel.
Thank you.
Spell that for people.
It's OSSUARY_ANGEL.
And by the way, I had to look up ossuary. I was curious when I saw your screen name, and that means what?
It's a cemetery, but it's like basically a cemetery underground, and so it's like a crypt where you can see like the skeletons and corpses. Like,
How's this sounding to you, buddy? It's pretty cool. Because he's into metal, right?
Yeah, look at him. He's wearing an Iron Maiden shirt with a corpse on the front of it. Eddie is the corpse.
Yeah. Is that like,
did we score for you or what?
Yeah. Nice. Is that like the catacombs in France? Is that what? Is that
Yeah.
Ossuary?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so did you watch Kyle and Sophie?
I did,
Okay,
yes.
so I think we should follow that same thing. First time, just a nice little tender kind of screen kiss, lips only, and then we'll see where we're going to go from there. Okay.
He's a nice guy. You just hear him, and he's just a warm and gentle guy. So I think this is going to be very special. So,
all right, Brandon, you ready? Ready to finally
She
do
need
this?
to freshen her breath first, though. Or?
Would you like to?
would you like some raw meat?
Raw meat last
Let's
night.
get Josh and Haley with some guitar music, just some romantic acoustic music. By the way, they're going to be performing tomorrow night at Scanlon's Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till 2 a.m. It's nice little acoustic guitar music. And they play romantic music, but they play fun music as well. So
Yes,
But this morning we wanted some romance. Okay, you ready? All right, let's get this underway.
All right.
Here we go. First kiss for Brandon and begin. All right, they're leaning in. Oh, that's a nice kiss.
Nice.
It was a little bit short, and Mars did this really nice thing where she took his face in her hand.
Yeah.
And
Very nice.
How did that feel, by the way, Brandon?
Cool. This dude's chill, man.
He's totally chill.
This is great, though. You feel comfortable and supported here. That's cool. And that the hand thing on your face, did that make you feel a little bit more relaxed?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
All right, so let's go for something a little bit more passionate. You ready to try this out?
And remember, take some time and turn yourself over to it.
It's
all
a
right?
dance. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a dance. Okay, whenever you guys are ready. Here we go. Mars is smiling. Here we go. This is a bigger, better kiss. Oh, they're doing it right.
Ah.
That looks.
Really?
Wow.
Yes, they are. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow.
There it is, buddy.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Oh, you can go home now.
Guess who's going to be king of the construction site?
Oh my God, Brandon.
You got boner?
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
I didn't even think about that.
Because we do.
I do. Oh, Brandon, he's blushing.
That's awesome.
Honestly, that was wonderful.
Get over to this mic. Is your heart racing a little bit?
A little bit,
What'd you think?
Oh my God.
That was pretty cool.
I mean, the texture of somebody else's tongue on your tongue is there's nothing else like it, right?
No, it's not weird. Like you think it's like something weird, but it's not.
Do you know what it is? It's honestly, people. It's an expression of coming together. It's a physicality. There's nothing like it. You know.
Hey, Mars, by the way, how did he do? What do you think?
I think you did pretty well. You're kind of like going a little harder with your tongue than you need to, but otherwise it was fine.
So you would say,
Yeah, a little softer.
and
Soften up the tongue.
And wouldn't you say that that's the key to any bit of intimacy?
Yeah,
Right?
ease up, and then if you feel the other person going for it, that's when you make the move to go a little more forcefully.
Do we want to try again by any chance? Like,
would you be okay with that, Mars?
That's fine.
Just a little bit of notes. All right,
I mean, that was a
soften
home
tongue.
run, but I don't.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's try this one more time. A little softer. Whenever you guys are ready, let's go ahead. Here we go.
Here we go. Remember what you said.
Mars and Brennan, a little softer, a little easier.
Wow.
And see, Mars is doing. Yeah, oh, wow. That's. A little better this time, Mars?
Yeah, much better.
Brandon, did you learn something on that last time?
Yeah.
All right. Oh my God, that's wonderful.
I'm so happy for you because
I
you're
am
such a
too.
nice guy, and she's very she was very caring and took care of you. That's
Absolutely.
wonderful.
I mean, he's going to be out all weekend kissing.
Yeah,
we need an
I think so.
update on Monday.
I think
He's
you're
going
right,
to kiss the
Kathy.
security guard on the way.
We broke the dam. man.
Yeah.
Mars, you're the best. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We have another friend that we're going to have over for this momentous occasion who's
Another
going to
kiss.
step up to the microphone right now. Ladies and gentlemen, our good friend, he was here just the other day. Steven Singer is here.
Good morning, guys.
Nice to see you, sir.
Wow, is that a gold rose in your pocket, or you just happen to see me?
Steven
This is exciting.
Steven wanted to be here because it's all about love, and you guys are, well, you're love experts down to Steven Singer.
I am in the love business. Buddy Love is here. He thought he was going to have to stand in and kiss somebody, but
That's your dog.
he's available.
Yeah.
Buddy the jeweler, he is here, kissing all the girls and flirting. Wow, you guys did great.
Yeah,
thank you.
I don't know how you made something out of this bit, but you did.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Brandon and Sophie, come up over here by Steven, because I think the reason we have him here is you've got something for these guys to mark this occasion.
Absolutely do. And this has inspired me here.
Okay.
This whole setup. Like
he's opening up a box.
This is like the
condoms.
Diamond encrusted rubbers.
Extra large.
Wow.
This is like the
rose gold condoms.
No, Steven, I'll go ahead and say it because he's taking the time to open up the boxes.
I feel like the 40-year-old virgin here.
Yeah. Steven is opening up his world famous gold roses. And I think you're gonna give them each a rose. Is that how this is working? Yeah.
Here, I give you a frozen rose because you've been frozen out for all these years, and a Valentine's Day red love rose for you. And you can both start your Valentine's Day quest, but we're going to have to give our kissers? The kissers are going to have to get. She's got to get a black diamond rose with that makeup. Man, I have a black diamond with platinum rose.
Oh, she'd love that.
That's killer with that look.
Yeah, Nicole. And then we'll get Kyle one as well.
Absolutely, we're going to give Kyle. They were great. I was surprised of how well that actually worked out.
Weren't they very generous? I mean, to me, these couldn't be two sweeter people to have their first.
And the blood is rushing back into their faces. They are a shade of red I've never seen before.
I was impressed.
And the dimples, I didn't realize when we were sitting out in the green room at these I just thought they were listeners coming to watch the show.
Right.
Yeah.
And this has been, wow, what an experience. This is something, huh?
It's a special moment in their lives.
This is a special moment. Wait until the first time you have sex. That'll be great.
Well, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
We love everybody. Thanks so much for having me in. Congratulations, guys. And we love Preston and Steve.
Thank you, sir. We love you. Steven Singer, guys. All right. I think this has been tremendously successful. I'm very happy for these guys.
Wonderful.
I'd love to have them keep kissing, but we're way over budget on time, and we got to take a break.
Well, they can certainly hang out.
Absolutely. We highly suggest that they do. And thank you to Josh and Haley for supplying the live music this morning. You can hire them. We'll get the details. In fact, do we have that information on PrestonandSteve.com,
No,
Nick?
we'll post it, but they're fantastic. I saw them perform live at Harvest a few weeks ago. They're great live, and if you get a chance, go see them.
Yeah, and Josh does 5 Minutes of Fame, and we'll be at, how do you even say this, VOIX? Is that...
Voix.
Voix Karaoke Lounge tonight from 9 till 1 a.m. And then tomorrow night they'll be at Scanlon Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till midnight. All right, we're going to take a break. That was wonderful.
It was great.
Congratulations, everybody. Coming back with the B-Files. Stay with us. So here's what I saw this article, this other article. That was a different one. This one
is this a better article?
This is a better article. And it is essentially a quick way that you can do a mental health check.
All right.
So this is a way that you can find out where you are.
And use the healing powers of alcohol to help you through it?
Of course. Didn't we all learn that that's the key to it all?
Yes.
No, but...
okay, so let's hear it. So you can do sort of a diagnostic...
Yes.
And see where you fall, how you're holding up. Because I think more people would be amazed to find out that they're actually doing better than they think they are.
All right, so yeah, do I still find joy in the things that once brought me joy? So that's a question.
Okay.
Am I being irritable or snapping at people?
Yeah, sometimes I know why that's happening to me, though. And it's usually
that time of the month.
No, it's usually hunger. Yeah.
You get hangry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You're prone to hangry?
I'm prone to hangry.
He's like a 5-year-old that needs his snacks.
No, I'm like a human being, Kathy. I'm like a human being.
He gets fussy.
No, my wife is the same.
Yeah.
And she admits it.
Yeah, me too.
She admits it. If she gets pangs of hunger, it'll manifest.
Here's the other thing. My son, and I've had to say to him time and time again when I'm eating, because he's affectionate with me, right?
Right.
And hugging and all that stuff.
Right.
But I'm like, dude, when I'm eating, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Don't touch me at all. And like, because we sit next to each other. We sit next to each other at the dinner table, and he thinks it's like huggy, like wrestle time. And I'm like, dude,
I don't love you. I don't love you.
Not right now.
Right now, I don't love you.
I don't even want to know you.
Kathy, do you remember the time? I was just curious what Casey's little protein bar tasted like.
Can I take a bite of that? No.
No, I said just tear off an
Just
itty bitty little crumb for me. And
He said, "This is all I get. I'm not sharing it with
you." He just goes, "I can't do that, man."
I offered you a full one. I offered you a full bar.
Not that day.
That day.
Case?
I have a box of them.
I support that. Because a lot of times, if we go out to like, and I've done it, I love my wife dearly, as you know, I'll just have somebody who goes, no, I'm going to get you a whole order of it.
I don't like sharing my food.
If this turns into a daily rush, I'm showing the camera the size of this tiny little bar, this tiny little 200-calorie bar that I allow myself for breakfast every day. He wanted to take a bite of that. I offered him a full one instead, and he said no. And then I said no, too. Don't turn this into a...
I get it.
He just wanted, you wanted like a tiny little break of it. Like not even a bite, like a quarter of a bite.
Which would have been...
The answer still no.
A morsel, I know.
That would have been, what, Case, 20 calories if you're allotted 200?
But listen, I'm very covetous of my own food.
You're like me,
I
right?
don't want... I like put my arms around the plate. I'm like, go get your own, you know? I totally commiserate with that.
I'll buy you anything. If you want to taste it, I have this and you'd like to try some?
Yeah.
I'll get you. So especially if you're looking forward to it. Sometimes I'll okay, have a little bit. But for the most part, no.
My buddy Jeff, when we go out to dinner, we'll ask for bites of my dinner. All the time.
No, that is not okay ever, unless it is your husband or wife or significant other that you share other things with. You should not be sharing your food with people, even before the pandemic.
Kathy, he has food envy. He has food regret. Right? He'll order something and then.
I wish I got that.
Then he'll go, oh man, I should have got the Yucky instead.
You tell him you go straight to hell. And I help people with their ordering. I always say this. Here's my system. Claire will ask me, my wife will ask me, what should I get? All right, assessment, hunger level between 1 and 5, 5 being the most.
Right.
I'm very hungry. Then go with something you know you like. Okay, hunger level, 2.5. You can be adventurous.
Right.
You're not going to get burned. But you know you're going to regret it if you're really hungry and you get something that sucks.
Kathy's motivation, though, is different than about not allowing someone to take some from their plate.
Germs.
It's a
Hers
gross
is a
factor.
germ thing.
Yeah,
But it's weird. Why would you ask for a bite of my food?
But you could,
frig out of here.
You could cut it off and put it on their plate, and no germs have been transferred.
Buy one of these.
Nick had brought this up to me that we have a big fan in the Jet Propulsion Lab. In California, and I mean that's where like super duper smart people are.
Well, and they're doing incredible things for our exploration of space.
Have been for a long, long time, and that coupled with the fact that I saw like 3 or 4 very interesting stories that have to do with the space exploration. And
Kathy sent them to you.
She sent them over to me, and we figured that this would be a good opportunity to take a ride with the Space Cowboy. We haven't done this in a little while.
No.
So we're going to lead with our guest from the JPL, and he's going to tell us about a very cool endeavor that they have. Please welcome Mr. Rob Zellum to the show, joining us via Zoom. Hey, Rob, how you doing, man?
Pretty well. How about all you?
We're doing well. By the way, what are your ties to our region? Are you from the Philly area?
Yeah, I went to school at Villanova for an undergrad, and I've been podcasting you all the last 14 years.
14 years. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You must be the envy of all your coworkers that you got 14 years with us.
What was your major at Villanova?
Astronomy. And I've stuck with it ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've told the
It's
story.
actually a really great astronomy program.
I've told the story on the air before that I was very much looking, in my very brief college career, looking forward to astronomy.
Yes.
And then I realized, hey, this is really hard. There's a lot of math. No one told me that there would be math involved in this.
I did the same thing, man.
You just figured, okay, look through the telescope, and what do you see?
And look at you. Yeah. You've made a career out of this. Hey, Rob, I do have a question for you. In a nutshell, for those who may not know, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, what is it? What are some of the things throughout all the space exploration in America? What has the JPL done for the program? Because there's so much, and you can just touch on a few highlights if you don't mind.
Yeah, so JPL is one of the NASA centers. So you have a bunch across the entire nation. We're one just outside of Los Angeles in Southern California. And JPL is most famous known for its robotic missions to Mars. So the Mars rovers are all built by JPL. We also build instruments to go on spacecraft to look at planets outside of our own solar system and do ground-based observing and space-based observing, and exoplanets, planets outside of our solar system is actually what I study at JPL.
Okay. So some really cool, heady, practical, and just crazy, over the top. This is what we're doing with this.
We're
going to
do it, damn it.
Comes out of That's it.
Yep.
They said we're going to do it, and we do it.
Rob, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but when we would see footage of like a bunch of NASA engineers getting really excited, like with the Mars rover, that was usually at JPL in Pasadena, isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly. So we have our own mission control out here, and then that room is where all the engineers and scientists hang out and then go crazy, and that's when everything happens successfully.
So, in addition to obviously the Mars rovers and those vehicles, what else are you? Give us the long game here. What are you? Are you going to be involved in the actual, perhaps manned exploration of Mars, or is it okay? So all of that falls under your purview.
Yeah, JPL typically does robotic spaceflight, and manned spaceflight or human spaceflight is typically like out of Houston and also at Cape Canaveral as well. So long term, always looking for life. At least that's one of the things that I really want to do as a scientist, is to hopefully help find life on planets outside of our own solar system.
Gotcha.
All right, so I have a question for you, because space, I love it, but it twists my melon a lot, and I don't know how often your melon gets twisted just by the thoughts of space.
All the time.
But okay, so
All the time.
I was wondering not too long ago, I was like, what shape is space? And what shape is space? I'm asking you.
That's actually a really great question. And as far as I know, I think it's still a question that they don't know the answer to, actually. And there's actually a lot of missions that sort of answer these questions that are part of the field called cosmology. And people much smarter than I can actually look at really intense math and sort of figure out what shape space is. So I don't know the answer to that.
Shaped like a teddy bear, but I'm probably way off on that.
I'll believe that. I'll go along with that. But Rob, you are reaching out to amateur astronomers for some assistance in what you do, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So I run a project called Exoplanet Watch, and what I do again in JPL is I study planets outside of our solar system. They're called exoplanets, and this. What we can do is actually we can use something called the transit method. So if we're lucky and we look at a star, that star might have a planet orbiting around it. And that planet might occasionally block out the light from its host star. And this is really helpful because this allows us to actually characterize the atmosphere of the planet itself. So we can actually figure out what sort of molecules are in that planet's atmosphere. And eventually we can figure out if life exists in that planet's atmosphere or on its surface as well.
So you're basically,
so in order to...
You're basically creating like a mesh of data collecting, correct? Like so you're turning everyone into part of a larger computer, basically.
Or a larger telescope, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's too many planets for us to look at professionally here, so we need amateur astronomers' help. And we also have a lot of data that we need. Any other person that doesn't have their own telescope can also participate in this project as well. So we need your help to observe these exoplanets. And you can actually use a telescope as small as just 3 inches in diameter. So a lot of you have your telescopes at home or got them over for the holidays. You can actually use those to help participate in our project, or even just your smartphone as well.
Hey, Rob, is there a fair amount of discovery that's done by amateur astronomers?
Oh, yeah. There's tons of amateurs that are involved in this work, and I think some have actually discovered some exoplanets themselves using their own telescopes or using NASA data from NASA telescopes that they've been analyzing and studying themselves as well.
How much is, so like with the James Webb with the telescope and the stuff that we're getting from that, and obviously Hubble yielded a tremendous amount of stuff. What of all of that, since you're going outside of our area, outside of our solar system, what intrigues you the most? What's at the top of your really got to get into some of that action for you?
Yeah, honestly, I think we're on the cusp of really potentially having the ability to start discovering life. So right now with our current generation of telescopes, we can start to, characterize the atmospheres of these planets. But the next generation of missions that'll be launched in the 2030s and 2040s, they are built and designed explicitly to discover life on planets outside of our own solar system, which is just mind-blowing to me that we might be able to finally answer that question if we're alone in the universe.
Rob, how do we go about that without theoretically proving that there's life? How do you find that out definitively? Because you're talking about enormous distances to be able to actually have some type of actual proof of living entities
elsewhere.
I know this.
How do you do? Okay.
You look for garbage cans.
Oh.
Right.
That's going to prove where there's waste,
Yes, right.
there's life.
Absolutely. No, yeah, that's a great question. How do you beyond the theoretical?
Well, then, other than looking for garbage cans, what you can do is sometimes life can also give off, sort of signatures or molecules. Like, so for example, if we exhale, we give off carbon dioxide. There's tons of cows on the earth, so you see tons of methane in the form of cow farts.
Yeah.
So you can actually look for these side effects of life and then infer that, if you see these sort of molecules in the planet's atmosphere, that planet also has life on its surface. And this is actually an outstanding question in our field today. It's, what are the signs of molecules that we're looking for on these planets' atmospheres that would definitively determine if that planet has life on its surface? And that's actually an outstanding question that folks are studying today.
Wow.
Rob, it's probably ignorant of me, but a lot of the science that I like to learn is based in science fiction, and my favorite science fiction is the stuff that has the most science attached to it. And Preston turned me onto a book called Project Hail Mary, which they're turning into a movie now, and Casey read it as well. And it seems to me, anyway, that has a lot of accurate science information in it. Can you talk a little bit about sort of the melding of science fiction and actual science when it comes to space exploration?
Yeah, and I actually read that book earlier this year. It was a really great book. If anyone of you haven't read it yet, but it's awesome. So, there's actually a ton of synergy between science and science fiction. Sometimes you'll have science fiction inspiring science, as has happened many, many times, such as like Star Trek: The Tricorder. Similarly, you have tons of science inferring the science fiction. Andy Weir's done, in my opinion at least, a really great job of making sure that his books are all sort of science-based. And he actually talks with JPLers such as myself. Or he hasn't actually talked with me. I'm not that famous, but he's not famous at all. He's talked with JPLers and tried to make sure that, there's a strong science foundation to their books. So it's cool because it goes hand in hand, and you'll have folks on like movies. And if you look at like the credits of like a science fiction movie, you actually see like they actually talk to NASA scientists and engineers to make sure their science and engineering is actually sound.
So we're talking about reaching out and looking for life. What do you believe? As there's been all sorts of things coming out now about the way information is now being declassified about what we know is in our own atmosphere and around our. Where are we with that? Where do you stand on that? Do you believe that what we're actively looking out there? What about out there actively looking towards us?
Yeah, perhaps there is some astronomers out there that are looking back at the Earth and actually doing observations of our own Earth right now. That could potentially be happening. In so much as like UFOs and stuff, personally, I think they're probably, classified military experiments that we just don't know about. Famous ones are like the SR-71 or the U-2. People saw that flying around, the desert out here in like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. They would look like alien technology to you. So right. I think that's really just classified stuff we don't know about yet. But also, space is just so ginormous, to use a technical term. And, the likelihood that alien life is out here is pretty slim, in my opinion. But also, as far as conspiracy theories are about, NASA's hiding the truth and, there's alien life out there, it's hard for any of us to really keep any secrets. I have friends that are on Facebook and Twitter all the time, right? And they're always talking about what they're doing. So, and also, if I were the one to discover life, I would want to go on that lecture circuit and let everyone know about it. I want to be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I can afford, more than 2 bags of ramen a day. It's our best interest.
Wow. Well, Rob, back to the watch that you're doing, the exoplanet watch. How do you need people's help? How can they jump in and be a part of this endeavor?
Yeah. So what you can just do is hop on a website and just Google NASA Exoplanet Watch, and you can actually participate using your own smartphone or computer. We have a ton of data out there that we've been gifted from the last 10 years or so from a telescope out in Arizona. And you can actually use your smartphone or your Chromebook or computer to actually analyze that data and help us turn those images of a star into data of an exoplanet. Also, if you have your own telescope, again, we can have users with scopes as small as 3 inches and a little digital camera on the back. You can actually make your own observations of these exoplanets themselves. And we need help from folks all across the world. There are thousands of planets, over 5,000 that we know of today, and we need your help to observe them and to refine their timings so then we can go on Hubble, on James Webb, on large ground-based telescopes, and use that time on those telescopes a lot more efficiently and effectively.
So we're not talking about complete neophytes here. We're talking about people who have a little bit of telescope, or at least, as you said, an amateur telescope enthusiast, or anybody who has a little bit of capability in this area, because this seems like it could still be a little bit daunting for someone has not even approached this at all. Correct?
So far as like observing, potentially yes, but we also have our own Slack channel, and we're more than happy to help anyone out with it. But we are looking for those neophytes, folks that have always had a passing interest in exoplanets or science or NASA or whatever, and we've put tutorials, we have online videos, we have that very active Slack channel where we're more than happy to help folks out.
Oh, cool.
So we're actually looking for anyone and everyone to join this project.
Excellent. Okay. So exoplanets.nasa.gov, that's where people should go?
Or just Google NASA Exoplanet Watch. I can never remember URLs myself.
Excellent.
Well, that's very cool. Yeah. So the arms are extended wide for everybody to participate. That's excellent.
Yeah. All right. Wonderful. Rob, good luck in your search, and hopefully people are going to help narrow things down and get you the info and data that you need. And if you're ever back in Philly and you want to swing by, come and visit us, okay?
Yeah, will do. Gadzooks, everyone. Have a nice one.
Take care. Rob Zellum,
cool,
guys.
That's wild.
At the JPL.
So cool.
In California. I'd love to visit that place. I don't know what it is to look at. It may just be
he's invited
buildings
us
that, look like a business office or something like that.
It's like NASA. I mean, there are, I'm sure, parts that are boring cubicles, but Rob has wanted Casey to visit when Casey did his cross-country trip. And so at some point when we're in L.A., hopefully maybe even doing a week worth of broadcast in Los Angeles, we could go visit the JPL in Pasadena.
You'll visit, you'll end up leaning back on a button that'll send a signal out to that invading army that's just been waiting for a sign. Oops. Yeah.
All right, I do have a couple other Space Cowboy things.
Do it!
Which we can dive into. We haven't done this in a little while. But this is kind of cool. Kathy might like it because it's something you can actually see.
Ooh.
That's when she cares, is when you can actually see it, right, Kathy?
Yeah, if you can see it, to me, it's real.
All right, so if you're looking at the night sky over the next month and you make out a tiny green light in the sky, it is actually a rare green comet. That is passing by Earth and will be visible.
Eagles were green
in the night sky for nearly a month, and in fact, it made its debut on the 12th, I believe, and it's called Comet C2022E3 ZTF. It was discovered last March when it was already inside the orbit of Jupiter. It's distinguishable by its green glow.
I've seen pictures of it. It's pretty amazing.
So NASA scientists said the comet is expected to make its closest approach to the sun, or the perihelion, on January 12th, which is already come and gone, and will be visible to stargazers in the northern hemisphere.
And they say it will collide with India when?
They did not. Those in the southern hemisphere should be able to view the comet in February. Comets are notoriously, NASA wrote this, notoriously unpredictable. But if this one continues its current trend in brightness, it'll be easy to spot with binoculars, and it's just possible that it could become visible to the unaided eye under dark skies. So you will need to maybe have some assistance when you're looking at this. It will shift to the northwest on the horizon through January, makes its closest pass to Earth between February 1st and February 2nd. So I don't know where exactly in the night sky you need to look for it.
You have a couple of apps on your phone. I have them as well, and then they'll pop up. They'll put you right into that section of the sky where you're more likely to see it.
Yeah, and on the apps, when you hold them up, and it's GPS obviously. So when you're in the sky, they're usually really big icons and stuff that kind of dumb it down for you to show you exactly where the planets.
Need the dumbest.
And things are. I love that stuff, especially when you can see multiple planets at one time if you have a big view, which is great. So there's a green comet up there, and you can see it now if you look in the right place at the right.
Maybe that'll be next year's rose color
time. Maybe yes it'll be
Comet Green.
Comet Green from Steven Singer Jewelers. Yeah. All right, I have a few more things. And I am the Space Cowboy.
Yeehaw.
NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Russian cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin are faced with extending their stay aboard the International Space Station by several months and will require a new ride home after their Russian MS-22 Soyuz spacecraft sprang a leak last month.
Oops.
They were supposed to use the spacecraft to return to Earth in March. And this past Wednesday, NASA and Russian space officials unveiled a plan to launch an empty Soyuz capsule to the ISS to ferry them back instead. That means that the three men will spend several more months at the ISS. And I wonder how that news is. If it's like, oh, man.
Yay, or
is it, oh, yeah, we get to hang up here even longer. You
I
know?
want to get laid.
Yeah. NASA is not considering the move up to the MS-23 Soyuz launch a rescue mission. Right now, they said the crew is safe on board the space station.
only poop if I'm home.
So they're calling it a replacement Soyuz. It's not a rescue Soyuz.
Okay, yeah. What does that do? So obviously they'll have a buffer as far as supplies and things like that. Yeah. Throw in a couple extra boxes of Triscuits and stuff. But was there? I assume there was going to at some point be a swap out of cosmonauts going up there as well.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know how they. I don't know if they always do 1 for 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't say anything in this particular story about people coming up to replace them. Or to swap them out. So I'm not sure what the story is on that. And I also don't know what extended stays mean, for your body.
Yeah.
If it's, I don't think there's much more exposure to radiation because they should still be inside the Van Allen belt, I believe.
I'm doing fine. No
No effects from the extended radiation.
I'm fine. We've got more than enough Triscuits.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something to consider. But also, the bone density and the muscle development and all of that stuff starts to really wane. Even no matter how hard you just in general terms, you walk around, you go upstairs here, you don't have that. You have to actively up there aggressively make sure you're providing resistance. To do the things that we take for granted.
It'd be cool is to talk to somebody on the space station.
Wouldn't that be cool? God, we've tried for years. Nick has tried for years.
Dimitri it's a pleasure to meet to talk to WMMR.
Those are the only people that talk to us, the ones that are...
How far along is he in with his radiation exposure? He's
that guy?
He's about 7 months over. All right, I'll put him through the MMR.
Are you there?
Play me some Nickelback.
Play some Nickelback.
Duh.
No, Nick has tried for years to get us in communication with somebody up on the ISS, and
one guy.
Yeah. And there was one guy who's a total dick.
Yeah, he blocked.
Like rude.
Yeah.
He blocked you.
No, he's a C block.
Yeah, he's a C block.
He's a space station block.
Space block.
Space block.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
All right.
It's disgusting.
We'll keep on trying.
Yeah.
All right, here's another thing. NASA captured rare footage of a black hole eating up a star and creating a gas cloud.
That's how it works.
That is as large as our solar system. The footage was captured by the Hubble.
Listen to that.
After good luck placed the star collapsing closer to the telescope than is generally the case for such events.
Again, I always refer to this special. I think it was Nat Geo did it a while ago. Again, it starts on a beach on Earth and just keeps going up and into space and further out and further out and further out and further out. And for all the majesty and beauty of the universe, there's so much out there.
Oh, there's nothing.
That's just, that is brutal and aggressive and eating, things that are just incredibly destructive.
There's a wonderful thing called the Power of 10. You guys have seen that.
Yes,
before,
yeah.
Where you can not only zoom out to the outer reaches of the universe, but also it goes the opposite way. It goes into a nano, or into quantum, smaller sizes, and it's. Man, if you start, it's like Casey was talking to Rob just a minute ago and talking about the
things tweaking your melon as far as sizes and relativity and stuff like that. That's one that messes with my head too.
Well,
are we even here?
Are
if
we
you
even
start
here?
thinking about stuff like that, am I even real?
Well, and that would cause my brother to go into a massive panic attack. Hey, Tom, the universe goes on forever. But there's a great movie called The Incredible Shrinking Man. Because, Nick, you talk about how science fiction feeds our perceptions of science. And in that, he posits that notion at the end as he's getting ever smaller. He says, is there a point at which the infinite and the infinitesimal, yes, okay, meet? We're the largest and the right. Do you know what I'm saying?
I guess so. Theoretically, yeah. It's wild.
Infinitesimal.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Infinitesimal.
Infantile. Let's just say that.
There you go.
Really small.
Reptile. Yeah. Itty bitty is another way of putting that. All right. So another black hole story. There's a region in space recently discovered where gravity is so immense that nothing, even light, can escape from it. Of course, a black hole. And now astronomers have discovered something even more remarkable. That's two black holes have been spotted dining side by side.
I saw that movie last night.
The pair are growing simultaneously, just 750 light years apart. The closest scientists have ever observed, and will eventually combine into a gargantuan black hole. They were discovered by researchers at the ALMA telescope, the most powerful telescope in observing molecular gas and dust, which is located in the Atacama Desert. I don't know.
Oh, Atacama
Desert.
It's the driest desert in the world.
Okay.
You're welcome.
But it's interesting when you think about this, like, oh my God, two black holes. This is, oh my God, it's going to take them like 200 million years before it ever all comes together.
Do you know what they say? So I was watching a special on the Sci-Fi Channel, and they had a guy on that talking about it because you need to really consider the fact that we are all around possibly accidentally creating a black hole in a laboratory situation here on Earth with like the Hadron Collider.
CERN.
And all of that stuff that they're working on, a lot of it dances around what would go into, theoretically, the creation of a black hole. So we could be doing the damage right here on Earth.
What was this you saw?
It was a Sci-Fi Channel special about the creation of black holes, and that we are flirting with things that are all around that right now.
Right.
Yeah.
But do they think it could ever get to the level of creating one that would suck the Earth up and really and destroy it?
Yeah.
Yay. Interesting.
I mean, if we got to go, I'd be all right with that. Like all of a sudden, a black hole's happening somewhere in Switzerland. Yeah, right. We're all going to go at the same time.
No. I wonder how quickly.
We get to see that cool thing where we all stretch out.
Yeah. I wonder how quickly something like that would come together.
They're saying by the weekend.
Okay.
Oh. Man.
Yeah, it's stuff going on this weekend.
Eagles are playing. Damn it.
Damn it.
One lucky fan is going to win his own black hole.
Is that a stretching out? Is that what that is?
It is.
All right, stop. I hate that sound. Stop it. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
See, in space, that's considered beautiful music.
Is that what they...
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it. It's on my iPod.
Hey, is that cosmic rock?
Is that freedom stretch? Turn it up.
Ultimately, these black holes will start producing gravitational waves far stronger than that have previously been detected, and the researchers said before crashing into each other to form one jumbo-sized black hole. These findings also suggest that binary black holes and the merging galaxies that create them may actually be surprisingly common in the universe.
Kathy, what are you doing? It's no spend January. What are you doing right
She's
now?
not buying.
Yeah, no, I have not. I'm doing really well with it. Yeah.
She's looking at Pornhub.
Were you shopping at all?
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
No, I'm reading a Philadelphia Business Journal.
Oh, all right.
There's a recent real estate transaction on the main line.
No kidding.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. $134 million. Also, did you know that the Princeton in Avalon is for sale?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, they want like $65 million for it.
So I heard they got a bid of like in the 50s somewhere and they turned it down.
Yeah. What? I mean, apparently they pull. I did all the research. I have a friend who's a developer. I was like, "Yo, are you going to do this?" He's like, "No, they want too much." And
was it the whole block case?
It's the whole block. And apparently,
whole
like
damn block.
It pulls in like 10 million a year, you know?
No, but I think it's 10 million per business.
Whoa.
That's what I'd read.
10
Like the
million,
Princeton
10 million? 10 million.
and then there's the Whitebriar, and then there was the Sea Grill, which is no longer open.
Okay.
They said it's like they haven't seen this in as far back as they can go. That the entire block in a beach town is for sale.
It's almost like a black hole sucking in all the money.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
A real estate black hole.
Trying to bring us back in here. All right, and that's it. I thought those were kind of interesting stories.
Very cool.
Space and space exploration and all that stuff. And it was really cool to have Rob on.
Yeah.
From the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
If you can participate in that, have any passing interest, you could be part of this huge data collection that'll take us into the next level.
Yep, absolutely.
Or destroy us all with a black hole.
I've done a little data collection. It's called the Bizarre File. I got some stories that I'll share with you when we return. So we'll take a quick break and come back in a moment or two. So make sure you hang with us, friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
This is about medical advancements, and this is encouraging. Now, there's going to be a long way to go, but German researchers have enabled mice that are paralyzed after spinal cord injuries to be able to walk again.
I mean, oh my God.
Reestablishing a neural link hitherto considered irreparable in mammals by using a designer protein injected into the brain. You know the ramifications of that?
Yeah, it's going to destroy the mouse wheelchair industry.
People may lose their job. Listen, people are going to be able to walk.
It's going to be cataclysmic.
Mice are going to be able to walk again. Let's keep our eye on the ball here. Now listen to this. Spinal cord injuries in humans often caused by sports or traffic accidents leave them paralyzed because not all the nerve fibers that carry information between muscles and the brain are able to grow back. But the researchers from Ruhr University Bochum managed to stimulate the paralyzed mice nerve cells to regenerate using a designer protein.
Dr. Turdballs is very encouraged.
Right. Which is pretty wild. So when I thought I had ALS, I was having these muscle spasms are called fasciculations, and it really scared me. And so I went to a couple of neurologists, and one of them explained to me the way nerve cells work. And I may be a little bit off base on this, but for the most part, the nerve is a single cell. It's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you lose that, there's no way to regrow those. That's the thing. You can't regrow nerves. And so that therein why those, when you have nerve problems, that's why how final it is usually.
This has been the holy grail. This has been the thing. Now we have things that are prophylactic, or I should say, a separate, like exoskeletons, mobile exoskeletons that could allow people to walk with these, like a war machine.
To at least have some ability.
But if you could regain, and if you can regain that ability to walk, then as you get older, or people who have just natural deterioration, I assume you'd be able to refresh that ability as well. So people have balance issues.
The main doctor, Dr. Turdball, was it? Said with a relatively small intervention, we stimulate a very large number of nerves to regenerate, and that is ultimately the reason why the mice can walk again. The paralyzed rodents that received the treatment started walking after 2 to 3 weeks.
That's amazing.
The treatment involves injecting carriers of genetic information into the brain to produce the protein called hyperinterleukin.
Mouse-walkatosis.
They're going to have to change that when they get the humans, though, right?
Hyperinterleukin
globin.
Interleukin gluten galban 6.
Yes.
The team is investigating if the treatment can be improved, and he said that we also have to see if our methods work on larger mammals.
Right.
We would think of
like
pigs,
whales,
dogs, or primates, for example. And then if it works, we would have to make sure that the therapy is safe for humans too. But that will take many, many years. So probably not in our lifetime.
But never say never.
Yeah.
That's what James Bond taught us. And I think that this is... with a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something. You know, these things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things where they're sending particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
We're also going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news.
So,
Every baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
Oh, this dumb thing.
Yeah, I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, but this was a couple of weeks ago. That supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were bullying her, but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull and a challenge,
I
may want to pass on. But you've seen what this is?
No, I only saw the. That there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's three people. Two people are in on it, one person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the two people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other two knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
like why?
Face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh man,
a local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, and skulls have been cracked. Yeah. So that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one.
Describe it.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No, I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's kind of funny, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, all right, I'm holding the string, and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's really a string there. It's just play along, follow me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string, I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard, and so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
it's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that?
Yes, my son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah. He wanted so bad for you to do it.
Oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just punch you in the face.
Or, hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song as part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom?
Yeah.
No, this isn't okay.
No.
This is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the baby shark.
Oh my God.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Slapping the boobs?
It is now.
I don't know.
We should create listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate. No matter how patently, obviously, harmful. Dangerous and harmful.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you? The
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second and comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
All right, it's a little video.
Yeah.
Finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's breasts?
All right. Yeah, when do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song before.
This is the song.
So,
all right. This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's you can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God, Steve!
Don't.
Yeah, that's another riff. You guys have not seen that?
Nope.
No,
not once.
Yeah, it's very funny.
That's on TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
And I even gave him a kiss on the cheek.
We should go home.
Peeper.
It's called the finger gum gum show.
Yeah, finger gum gum.
Oh.
There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
I'm working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
All over the house.
Apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top, where she is.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
She put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like Reddit thread recently.
WMMR.
All right, we shall do the Bizarre File right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Connecticut School of Broadcasting. This year, invest in yourself and your future at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Broadcast media training in months, not years. Schedule yours today. Visit gocsb.com. Tanaja Johnson, who is 14 years old, was seriously hurt while getting her hair done at a Detroit hair salon. What do you hear?
Oh, boy.
What happened? The hairstylist was running a salon out of a clothing store. The hairstylist placed a can of hairspray too close to essentially like a heated, like a curling iron or something like that.
Oh.
and it exploded in her face.
Oh, wow.
Sending her to the hospital. The city launched an investigation. Johnson remains in the Children's Hospital after she suffered facial fractures and lost sight in one eye. The 14-year-old saw a young woman on Instagram named Styles by Mac showing off her work, and she booked an appointment. That stylist alerts customers that she is unlicensed and that she says that it was her fault that she placed a container of highly flammable, got-to-be glued blasting freeze spray near her curling iron.
That's what I use, got-to-be glued blasting freeze.
It is something salon owners in the area say that a licensed stylist would know not to put anything that flammable near the heater.
Oh, my God.
Johnson's mother said the stylist didn't even seem too concerned that her daughter was so severely injured. According to Tanaja Johnson's mother, Latina, she said she was a bit nonchalant and had no concerns. She said, oh, I'm sorry. Only 23 and I don't have a license is apparently what she said.
Hey, these things happen, you know.
Since Monday, a mom who took her daughter to the same stylist before her prom says the stylist allegedly offered her daughter marijuana and alcohol.
That's great.
I don't think she's got a future in the
And so she doesn't have a legitimate license? It's hard to believe.
She has no license, exactly. Wow, that's messed up.
Hey, how about some guns?
Listen to this. A former councilman, this is in Indiana, and coroner of LaPorte County is under arrest once again for entering a home without permission, only this time he's accused of performing a sexual act in the homeowner's bedroom.
And now for my nest, Jake.
John Sullivan, who is 62, was arrested on Wednesday and faces charges of residential entry and malicious mischief. Sullivan, a longtime firefighter, was charged in 2018 for illegally entering a woman's residence while he was still a councilman on the LaPorte County Council. Sullivan eventually pleaded guilty to his charge and stepped down from his position on the council. He was given 182 days on GPS monitoring as part of his plea deal. In addition to being a former councilman and firefighter, he also served as the county coroner for 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there anything he can't do?
Deputies were dispatched to a rural residence on Wednesday in reference to a burglary in progress, and police said that the homeowner observed Sullivan on home surveillance entering the home and going into the bedroom. Police said Sullivan is then accused of performing a sexual act within the bedroom.
Hi, folks.
Which was reportedly observed on the surveillance footage. So nobody was there, but he was rubbing one out.
There we go.
Officers were the first to arrive at the residence and noticed a gray Honda passenger vehicle traveling in reverse in the driveway. Police stopped the vehicle, and Sullivan was identified as the driver. They then took him into custody. So he's at it again. Several high school football players in Texas were left needing urgent medical treatment after their coach allegedly ordered them to do 400 push-ups as punishment. Now, Steve, you one time did 500.
Oh, yeah.
And you said it nearly crippled you.
I couldn't breathe.
Yeah. So
yeah,
there's some serious things that can happen to you. So
now, mind you, I did a couple of hundred push-ups as all the time as my exercise program.
Right.
And even then, with that, it killed me.
So this guy tried doing 400. So he had punished his players to do this. The punishing workout was imposed by John Harrell, the head football coach at Rockwall Heath High School, who has since been suspended and placed on administrative leave. At least 8 students needed hospital treatment.
Oh, wow.
One of the mothers said their child had been diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis, which is a potentially life-threatening medical condition caused by damaged muscle tissue.
Wow.
So it can be that bad.
So so he had not, this wasn't part of their normal training. They weren't doing stuff that was, at least this moderately demanding even.
This was his punishment. So he made them do this.
Wow.
So the school district said in a statement that it had engaged an independent third party to conduct an investigation into this. Yeah, pretty messed up. Neighbors are now fawning over one Winston-Salem man after he helped pull the bucket off of a deer's head.
Aww.
When it was
fawning, it's a deer reference.
When it was clearly stuck and in distress. Kevin McHugh said it was terrifying. He said, if I didn't have my adrenaline going the whole time, I would have probably run from the deer instead of going toward the deer. It was an encounter caught on camera as well. He said it was obvious that it was in much distress, and we wanted to make sure that it didn't hurt anyone or run into traffic.
Get this off me now. Who's out there?
McHugh said...
Knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me.
So,
That's a military Orlando too.
McHugh said, and it was smashing into trees and posts and being generally stupid. That's what he said about the deer.
That's right.
During the encounter caught on camera, you can see the deer hobbling around as neighbors gather. He said it was running for its life, smashing everything in front of it and totally blind.
Let me go get my rifle.
Smash, smash. Yeah.
There you go.
Hopping around because it couldn't see and thought that it was in the dark. It was like a zombie movie. He said it was really terrifying. McHugh finally got close enough to yank the bucket off as the deer made a run for it. He said, the only thing I thought to do was to try to wrestle the bucket off its head, and I succeeded.
Thank you very much.
McHugh also realized that the situation could have turned out much differently.
Absolutely, deer in a bucket.
He said it was one of the dumbest things I've ever done. There was a chance that it was mad and it would have attacked who it saw first, but at that point, I didn't really care because there was a bucket on its head, and that's pretty silly. That's what he said.
That's pretty silly.
That's just
Deer
silly.
had a bucket on its head, so I pulled it off.
And stop this silliness.
You stop. You're crazy.
No one apparently knew how long the bucket had been on the deer's head, but it was clearly happy.
Well, the deer knew.
Afterwards. Yeah, the deer probably knew. How long do you think, Karen?
About 3 weeks.
Yeah, about 3 weeks. That's amazing that you even survived.
Yeah, I died. Finally.
They found the, and I hate you hate when you see it like a raccoon with a jaw on its head and stuff like that.
It's sad, but it is kind of funny.
It
looking,
is.
and
It
that's
is,
why
yeah.
they need to get it off.
There was in California, these guys, I think they were park rangers. There was a cougar with its leg, an actual cougar, not like an old woman.
Oh, my God, this hurts so much. I was on my way to the bar, and I slept, and I broke my knee.
What happened?
But this cougar's leg was caught in a trap, and these guys saved it.
Why would you put that in the bar? And how did was it okay?
Yeah, it was fine. But you would hope that like the cougar would be like, "Oh my God, thank you so much."
But kill both of them.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's rip the throats out. Yeah.
Did you see the report, by the way? Don't you jump in quickly?
That's the end of the bizarre file, by the way.
The cougar population is once again in the United States moving easterly. Like, in other words, we used to have them around. Yeah, we used to have them in this area. There was a fair amount, and then they sort of went away.
Right.
And now they are moving again in the country. The cougar population is moving. I mean, they're not here yet, but there's every belief that they will, in time, make it back here.
Sounds pretty well. Yay, Lions.
Woo.
In our area. Wow. All right. We should take a break, come back in a second. We'll test your knowledge of today's program because we have the lesson question, which is up next, and we'll get trash and music news, too. So make sure you stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Become an MMR VIP.
You face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair is moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I face towards, I turn back,
I have One Direction.
I turn back. You do One Direction,
and I
this
perform.
This is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually just because of the construction of the shower. So my bath, I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a. With a curtain that went across, and it was so. My brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower.
Right. So, but it's shallow. So, if I were to stand, my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side, and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the 4 cats looking at me naked. But let me ask you this: when you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh my God!
No, I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
I do.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people did around the house. Like I used to use 2 towels every single time. Like now I use 1 towel and I use
like
it
a week.
For like a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had like
2
towels
every single time. 1 around my waist, 1 around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you
And
get
you're
out and
still
I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
You stand in front of it?
Yeah, I go out. Yes, I would.
It's a good idea.
Just to dry off.
Sure.
I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 in the morning. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
That's a workout.
That is a workout.
Sweating?
I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
I don't know. We were getting our shower now.
Oh, my God, he's possessed. Tom?
Yes, I'm here.
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I heat my towels in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh, my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm still here. It's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So.
Oh, man.
But it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're going to have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? No sad bro coming up. No sad dough, no sad bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I did was get out of the sun.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy.
Wow.
There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh, my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
Who gets the Geo?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He claims she lied about him abusing her, and furthermore claims that she cheated on him within 1 month of their marriage in 2015 with Tesla founder Elon Musk. He claims that Heard...
I have proof.
He claimed that Heard Heard received late night visits from Musk.
Where did you get that segue?
At the at the L.A.
Bitch, where'd you get this segue?
He got.
What's with all the rockets?
She had late night visits from Musk at their L.A. home.
I'm a cowboy.
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
Pie boy.
A pie boy. Okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean film.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw less attention to it. By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. Who would have read that op-ed piece?
Yeah, but you know what? Like, so, but the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it was a cowboy thing.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite.
He's been a pirate, too.
Exactly.
Yes,
he has been a pirate,
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where are the Cocoa Puffs?
He's not actually being physical with her.
Doggy. Little doggy. He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother. Somebody.
He's
just
wearing
died,
a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun
Where
six-shooter.
are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
She's always leaving them laying around somewhere. He can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
What time is it? 10:17. That's what time it is. Going up to about 48, 50 degrees in that range today. Fairly comfortable. We had a chilly weekend and lots of sunshine today, which feels nice, man. Just having that sun out makes a difference. So we are enjoying lots of it today. Well, some morning clouds tomorrow, then afternoon sun. High 50, warming up to 52 on Wednesday, and then maybe some rain on Thursday. So heads up, my friend. We are going to pose a question to you today. It's the lesson question. What am I doing?
His mic's not on.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
So anyway, where was I? Lesson question. That's what we're going to do. And we are going to see if you know the answer to this. So 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings game versus the Toronto Rock. And that is this Saturday at the Wells Fargo Center. The question that we will ask you is, what kind of crackers do they like to have on the International Space Station? And that was just a little while ago.
Yeah.
Let's see if you know the answer. 215-263-WMMR. What kind of crackers do they like to have on the International Space Station? If you heard it and you know it, call now. There's a prize to be won.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
This morning it is brought to you by Horizon Services. Stop putting up with cold showers, clogged drains, or leaky faucets. Let Horizon Services clear your drains, stop your leaks, replace your water heater, and resolve all of your plumbing worries today. Visit, or you can book at horizoneasybook.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Dwayne Johnson complimenting Chris Hemsworth's physique after the Thor actor posted an Instagram video of him holding his breath underwater Johnson commented back, quote, "Looking good, brother. Would love to see the butthole." I didn't even know what that means. Michael Bay denying allegations that he caused the death of a pigeon while filming a movie in Italy. Bay says he refuses to get caught up in the Me Too movement.
Oh, my God.
Look at that. Marie Osmond opening up about her decision not to leave her kids an inheritance, saying she wants them to stand on their own. Osmond later fessed up, admitting that she actually blew their inheritance on snacks she sneaks while hawking Nutrisystem.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question, and we need to know what kind of crackers do they have on the International Space Station. 215-263-WMMR is the number. And it is Chris that we're going to go to. Hi, Chris, good morning.
Morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Chris. All right, what kind of crackers they have on the International Space Station?
That would be Triscuits.
Triscuits. Correct. Hang on, Chris. You just got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for the Wings game against Toronto this Saturday, January 21st, Wells Fargo Center. You can be there for 215 night. When the Wings celebrate all things Philly, you can score great deals for the whole family with $2 pretzels, $1 hot dogs, and $5 beers.
Wow.
Get your tickets at wingslax.com, by the way. All right, music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, it is brought to you by Connecticut School of Broadcasting. This year, invest in yourself and your future at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Broadcast media training in months, not years. Schedule yours today. Schedule a tour today, actually. You can go to csb.com for all the information. Måneskin released their new single called Gossip, and it features Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine. The band's frontman, Damiano David, commented about Morello. He said his enormous experience allowed us to take cues on how to work on tracks without overthinking. Guitarist Thomas Raji added that it was a dream come true to work with and learn from Morello, and called him one of the greatest musicians ever. Wow. The song is from Måneskin's upcoming album Rush, and it will be released on January 20th. James Hetfield of Metallica took to social media to call out imposter accounts. He wrote on the band's Twitter page, "There are people online that have assumed my identity, spreading misinformation, and have caused damage to other people. There are imposters and predators out there, and this is out of my control, but it is in your control who you choose to connect with. Please be careful on socials and vet people before getting in contact with them." He said, "To be clear, I am not on any social media forums, Facebook, Instagram, etc. The only connection I have with social media is through the official Metallica website and official Metallica socials."
So he's saying that that guy on LinkedIn who challenged you to a game of pickleball is probably not him.
Maybe. I said, if you're following or communicating with someone who you think is or is portraying themselves as me, it's not me. And I hope this helps.
How does he know he's him?
Those who have been or are getting deceived are ashamed to talk about it. So I think I still have a couple of people out there pretending to be me. I tried to get it to stop, and nothing happened.
These are Instagram accounts primarily, right?
Yeah. So
and they
I'm
just
like,
pop up?
Yeah.
Are there any that are there any of them that are better at being you than you are?
You know what? I haven't determined that yet.
Yeah. What if they're so good at being you that you leave them up and you cancel your own account?
Not a bad idea.
Wait, and they just stayed?
Yeah.
Because I had one, and I just constantly kept reporting it, and then finally it was taken down.
Well, I did report it several times, and I got tired of doing that. So maybe I should just keep doing that.
I don't know. Yeah,
reporting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was so annoying though. Like they just ripped every photo, created a new account under a different name.
Did they provide were there comments or things that they made, or
you know what they were doing?
They just simply replicated the pictures?
Replicated the pictures, but they were tagging all of the people tagged in my photos.
Huh.
So people were contacting me going, "Hey, this isn't you, just so you know." They're posting and tagging us.
That's weird.
And that's how I found out.
My idiot reaches out to people and says, "Hey, how you doing?" You know, this DMs them.
Let's collab.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then I get response from those people going, "Hey, this dude's pretending to be, this is clearly not you." Because the verbiage they use is broken English. And it's a dead giveaway. So
comrade.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, and then one last story. Bono and The Edge are heading back to Dublin with David Letterman in a new special for Disney+. The streaming platform released a teaser trailer for Bono and The Edge, A Sort of Homecoming with David Letterman. In the 30-second clip, viewers see the U2 singer and guitarist sit down with the legendary late-night talk show host. They're even seen out and about, presumably on the streets of Dublin. Additionally, Bono and The Edge are seen delivering a stripped-down performance of sorts. The title of the special is a nod to the U2 song A Sort of Homecoming, the opening track from their 1984 studio album, The Unforgettable Fire, of course.
And they perform that naked, you said?
No, stripped down, fewer instruments.
A little uncomfortable to be completely naked here in front of David Letterman. Well, the way that we're seated and on these bar stools has a clean-on view of the crease between my testicles. And it is, as an artist, it's disconcerting to say the least.
But
and now I understand he really wanted acoustic.
Yeah, that's right.
So my bad.
While little else is known about the special, it does hit Disney Plus on March 17th, which is St. Patrick's Day, and that's when they're releasing their album of reworked songs.
Which I'm very curious to hear. I've liked what I've heard so far.
Yeah, so that's coming out too. And there you go. That's my last item in music news. Let us take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize and get out of here when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Robert. Your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
God, talk about setting the bar really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
I did a 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one, you get good feedback. You know, people enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you're no neophyte to this. So,
I follow the program director's credo. It's called Tight and Bright.
Tight and bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all this stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah, pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. I could. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake will
I don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah, and you know what?
Following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot girl check-in.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the green room, plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day, so you can celebrate
so we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right, at 12 noon. And Bill...
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
A 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead of Pierre's Planner.
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the farm report.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's
All right.
good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just realized I did see The Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw it.
It was David Johansen, and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
that was very Rocky V. It was like,
All right, so this is a little bit offbeat, but the Tower of London, we visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those crow seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
She remains great dress for us as Marlena's gone missing. As you know, the legend, the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows present at all times. So it is now that I must inform you that Max birds. Thank you.
So disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that, and embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation, we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You're putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are, is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive. So I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master Christopher Scaife said that he would be taking some time to mourn Marlena. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And, apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock, which is known as an unkindness, that's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6.
We want to increase the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched...
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his story.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was it? That was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my
thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was. And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
it's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Klein knows that particular song just has that vibe to it. You know what I mean?
I take it.
Yep. Beguiled is the name of the song. It is 10:34 on this Monday morning, the Preston and Steve radio program, about to wrap for today. And we definitely can't leave. I mean, today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yes.
Did you see the statue they unveiled in Boston?
I did.
Pretty wild looking, right?
It is weird. I think if you look at it from the right angle, it makes sense. But a lot of people are saying, like, from other... I mean, the whole idea of it is wonderful. I love it. It's a little awkward looking from different vantage points.
All right, then I haven't seen the right vantage point of it yet, then.
Yeah.
I need to take another look, because it looks strange.
I
get what they're going for, embracing and so on.
So if there's 360 degrees in a circle, about 5 of those, it looks right.
Okay.
And then, I mean, but I don't mean to impugn it's a great idea. Could have been executed a little bit.
My eyes couldn't figure out what I was looking at until I saw the picture.
Exactly.
That it was essentially taken from.
Right.
Okay. All right. I need to check that out. By the way, the memorial in Washington's really, really cool that they have for him.
Remember, they initially screwed that up, and they had to fix it.
Yeah.
I mean, the one that they got right out of the gate was Fonzie.
Oh,
they got,
right out of the gate?
Remember that?
Yeah, Fonzie.
No, was it Fonzie or
no, it was Lucille Ball?
Lucille Ball.
What a disaster.
That's the one that you're like, hey,
Jesus.
What is that?
She looked like Squeaky Fromm.
Yeah. But I want to play a clip from Martin Luther King Jr. This one still, I mean, I get emotional when I hear this. It's just amazing.
It's when the people in the public sphere were actually good at delivering oration.
Yes. Here we go.
I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Some amazing words.
Yeah.
Amazing words. So, by the way, real quick, I would like to thank our one and only guest today, Mr. Rob Zellum, who is on the program from the Jet Propulsion Lab, Pasadena, California, and he's an avid listener of the Preston and Steve show. And what he does is he looks for exoplanets, and he's looking for life.
Yeah.
They're looking for signs of life on other planets. And NASA wants you to help study planets around other stars. You can do a quick search on NASA exoplanets and the JPL, and you'll find out what he's looking for. But essentially, you can submit the data using your own amateur telescope or even phones in some cases.
And to fully appreciate what that kind of work can do to a human brain, he's a big fan of our show.
I know. And we have a link on PrestonandSteve.com for that information. But the more people that can help out, the better.
I love this idea.
Because the sky is very, very big.
The sky is the limit.
Yes, it is. So look at that. Ray Coob's here. Hey, everybody.
Sorry to bother you at work.
No, you're so good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Wonderful to see you.
In for Dr. King's holiday.
Yes.
And
I thought you were going to say Dr. Robert.
Mr. International.
For Dr.
For him,
Robert.
he's got the holiday off.
Yeah.
And you know, I listened to those words, and you played a few minutes ago, and it's always stirring.
Yeah.
But through the years, I'm so fascinated with that whole part of the story. That there's a story there. If you take the time, you can find it all around it. All the people who were around him that day, leading up to the speech and afterwards. There's somebody who he handed a copy of his speech to on his way off the podium and stuff like that. And there's all kinds of great stories.
Paramount was also, I mean, he was just talking from the heart. I mean, there were notes, but it wasn't like say this, turn this, cockhead left. You know, it was. I mean, he was he was used to speaking in front of people. Obviously,
there's somebody who was comfortable with the crowd sure, right?
Was the mountaintop? Was that the same engagement? I will get to the mountaintop.
No,
we had that as well.
That was before he was killed. And he was there was a strike. It was sanitation workers, I believe, in Mississippi. He was there to support them.
Okay.
And that's when he gave that speech.
I've got a clip of that, too. Let's play that as well. Here we go.
We've got some difficult days ahead, but it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. And I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over. And I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you. But I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Woo. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I watched Aretha over the weekend. I had no idea that he was a friend of their family growing up. Wow. I had no clue.
We were privy to a great piece of oratory here on the show. And I think you know what we're talking about.
Is there some of the, just improv that you have become known as?
One day, a piece of marble in D.C.
There's something deep inside there, most definitely. All right, Ray, would you like to help us with the letter of the day?
I'd be thrilled to.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show brought to you today by the letter
S. As in style.
All right. I like it. This is a great prize. And Impractical Joker's Mega VIP prize packet includes the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to introduce Q, Murr, and Sal to the crowd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on Friday, February 3rd, plus a meet and greet with the guys, backstage dressing room to chill in with some snacks and drinks. You'll get 4 of the best seats in the house, transportation to and from the show, and a merch pack as well. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
And Preston and Steve, we are presenting the Impractical Jokers Drive Tour Friday, February 3rd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale now via Ticketmaster. So cool
Excellent.
stuff. Yep. Speaking of cool stuff, what you got planned for today, Ray Coob?
Well, I'm going to do my best to be late for everything because I'm in for Pierre Robert. And I'll do the workforce blocks. I'm going to start them early and end them about 3 o'clock.
All right. Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors. Tomorrow on our program, Tuesday, so we'll give away the Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. And apparently we are having a 2020 intern reunion tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yes. So one of the interns, because it was around COVID time, didn't get to get a send-off.
Oh.
And we normally have our interns on for a quick interview.
Yeah, that's only fair.
So we're going to do that, and we're reuniting some of our 2020
Are we going to know these people?
interns.
Of course we will.
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll find out tomorrow. That's it.
We're like family.
We're done. Ray, John, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.